better stuff. The question will be endurance. However, if you're behind after 6, you've got some big problems with his Astro bullpen.
Hopefully the Cubs bats will come to life. Corey Patterson provided all the offense yesterday. Stoney, he flourishes in pretty much any spot Dusty Baker has him penciled in. Today hitting in front of Sammy Sosa.
Hopefully he can get on, and hopefully Sammy will get a better look at a couple of fastballs and especially breaking balls. Oswalt has a slider and a curveball. His fastball is upwards of 97 miles an hour. Now Sammy had some problems with the outside corner yesterday. I'm sure today he's going to be feeling a whole lot more comfortable, and if Corey can get on, maybe Sammy can drive him home.
That would be a nice way to end the month of May. The Cubs lead the Central by one slim game over the surging Astros. As we get set to enter June, let's see if the Cubs can extend their lead here at windy Wrigley Field in Chicago.
Chicago Cubs baseball, brought to you by Bud Light. For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down, make it a Bud Light. The Illinois Lottery, where players have more fun. Pepsi, the official soft drink of the Chicago Cubs. And by Southwest Airlines, more than 2,700 nonstop daily flights to 59 destinations all across the country.
On the WB's new Tuesday.
You gotta get me out of here.
A call for help.
If something happened to him, I never forgive myself.
Now, despite all his powers,
your life is going under the microscope.
A hero is powerless.
Dying, Clark.
Smallville.
Tonight at 8 on WGN, Chicago's WB. The big guy is making a big move. What? Starting Monday, catch Drew at his new time. Starting Monday at 11:30 on WGN.
Ladies, you know, the ocean has many voices, and it's saying, why don't you two join this handsome gentleman for a Bud Light? All right, that's what I thought.
I gotta try that. Ladies, it's the ocean, and it's telling me...
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down, make it a Bud Light.
Thanks.
Sure.
My parents just bought the only minivan to get a 5-star safety rating since I was born.
So did mine.
I can watch movies, and my dad says that they didn't even have to pay extra.
Me too.
Mom pushes a button, and the doors open like magic, and it beeps when she can't see my bike.
Ours does that.
My dad said that we have a choice of 0% or Ford would match our down payment up to $1,000 for a total of $5,000 down.
Us too.
Our new minivan is a Ford Windstar.
So is ours.
If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again. Their parents did.
Well, the Bears have won the toss. They will defend the north goal as we get set for opening kickoff with the Texans today. Actually, it's Cubs-Astros baseball, 48 degrees here on the final day of May. The wind blowing in off Lake Michigan at 24 miles per hour. A great day to pitch, and for the Cubs offense, even with Sammy Sosa, not a real good day to hit, and we know how badly they've struggled lately.
I think it's a real good day to think about a close game. It's a day to think about bunting the ball and putting the pressure on the defense. And it's a day where you figure it's going to be low scoring, so every defensive play, every offensive execution is going to be that much more important.
And of course the Cubs lead by just one game over the Astros. Cubs are 13-12 here at home, and Jimmy Williams' team lines up this way. Craig Biggio leads off in center field with Jeff Blum hitting second at third. Lance Berkman is in left. Jeff Kent, the cleanup man. Orlando Merced gives Jeff Bagwell a day off. He'll play first base. Colin Porter plays right field. Brad Ausmus behind the plate. Adam Everett, the shortstop, hits in the number 8 hole, and Roy Oswalt, the Houston opening day starter, will pitch and bat ninth.
Let's take a look at the Cubs Pepsi defense. It's Alou, Patterson, and Sosa left to right with Martinez, Gonzalez, Grzelcyk, and Choi in the infield. Paul Bacco behind the plate, and Carlos Zambrano going for win number 6. And yesterday, Moises Alou took exception to a call and then gets the old heave-ho. And the Cubs are hoping that Zambrano and Alou can go 9 today.
Carlos, as we showed you in our open, sometimes has a little trouble in the first inning. He's only given up 3 runs in the first in this 2003 season, but an early run for either offense is going to be huge, the way the weather conditions are to start this game.
Well, normally he's got very good control. 29 walks in 65 2/3 innings. That to go along with 59 strikeouts. But I believe the Astros are going to play for 1 run early.
And it's always a good idea to keep Biggio off the base paths, and he gets on in just about every way possible Terrific hitter at 280, 6 home runs. He's been hit by a pitch 7 times. He has 10 hits in St. Louis and Chicago combined.
The only thing you have to worry about is if you throw that tailing fastball inside, he's going to take it off his left elbow. Outfield playing him a step toward right center.
And that's the way that Biggio hits it into the right field corner. That ball is going to ricochet off the brick wall. And it's a long, loud strike. 1-2 your count. Everything will blow toward the right field corner today.
And surprisingly, for a leadoff hitter who has a .280 batting average, Biggio's on base percentage isn't real good. It's at .347. That's because he's drawn only 16 walks. So he's not one of those guys that's going to be terribly patient. And if you keep the sinker down, you're going to get that ground ball.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Biggio, who went 0 for 4 in the game yesterday. 19 multi-hit games for the Astro leadoff man. Used to be a catcher, used to play second base, now playing errorless center field for Houston. But today might be one of the most difficult days to play that position in his first season in center pasture.
Jeff Bagwell not in the lineup today. In his place, longtime Cub nemesis Orlando Merced. And that could mean that the Cubs might be looking for a few more bunting opportunities than they'd normally get. There's a look at Bagwell. He's just starting to heat it up now.
So the Cubs happy to have him sitting this one out, but he is available for pinch hit duty late. 3-2 pitch to Biggio, scorched into center field. Long run for Corey Patterson. Biggio hit that ball right on the screws. Any other day that might have been in the bushes. Luckily it's a line out for 1 man down.
That's exactly the place you want them to use. Right center to left center, you can get away with anything up. And that shows you that Zambrano isn't quite as comfortable as he will be, because when he's giving up fly balls, you know that sinker isn't working. And now we'll take a look at the platoon system. We've seen Morgan Ensberg, but the left-handed counterpart is Jeff Blum,
who's hitting .276 with 5 home runs. So you're right, Stoney, at third base. They've got 10 home runs, 37 RBIs.
It's been pretty effective, and Blum is a switch hitter.
They have 3 of them, make that 4 of them on this Houston ball club. Zahn, Vizcaino, Berkman, and Blum. So that gives Jimmy Williams a whole lot of flexibility.
Blum healthy now after battling back from viral meningitis.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
One of the things that they haven't seen a whole lot of from Zambrano is that split finger. And when that's right to go with his sinker, it's the disparity between the velocity of the sinker and the split finger.
This might be a good spot for it here. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and that's strike 3 over the outside corner. 2 up, 2 down.
This is probably going to be a game decided by mistakes. Zambrano has terrific stuff. That one threading the needle on the outside corner. Baco wanted it there, and Bruce Dreckman rang him up.
That brings up Berkman.
When I talk about decided by mistakes, it's going to be defensive letdowns or base running mistakes, because you figure it is going to be a low-scoring game.
8 home runs, 29 driven in for Berkman. Zambrano paints the outside corner. Berkman scored a couple of times yesterday. Slash toward left. Alou, a long run. That one twisting, however, into the seats. And Berkman down. No balls, 2 strikes. It's going to be a frustrating day for the sluggers. They may give the ball their best shot. You're going to have to hit it under radar to have a chance to get it out here today.
Houston hasn't been all that tough on the road. They're just 13-14 as opposed to 16-12 at home. And if the Cubs can defeat them today, they'll ensure that Houston will leave town without retaking first place, and they'll pick up a 2-game bulge.
Little flare down the left field line again, and no play on Berkman. The Astros and Cubs play 1 more tomorrow. Then everybody will rest up. On Monday, Houston will head home to play Baltimore and Tampa Bay. The Cubs will entertain the Devil Rays and then the Yankees. And then Houston goes on the road. Real tough road trip. 3 at New York, 3 at the Red Sox. Just missed the inside corner. He wanted the pitch, won't get it. 1-2.
Not a bad idea to go right back in there, and if you keep it letter high, you'll probably be able to, if not throw it by him, then get the easy pop-up. Berkman looks for the ball away as a left-hand hitter.
He did try that spot but missed again. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Both the Cubs and Astros looking for their 30th win of the year. Little ground ball to short. Alex fields cleanly. And Zambrano a perfect first. There's the first ground ball, hopefully the first of many, and the Cubs come to the plate in a scoreless first.
Some people don't realize how many nonstop flights Southwest offers, so we created this simple color-coded map to help. Baltimore to LA is red, Phoenix to Raleigh-Durham, blue, Chicago to Seattle, yellow, LA to Austin, canary yellow, Orlando to Albuquerque, teal, Las Vegas to Houston, aquamarine, Buffalo to Phoenix, beige umber, San Jose to Baltimore, pistachio, Oakland to Chicago, sea green, Albany to Orlando, puce, Tampa to St. Louis, pinkish, New Orleans to San Diego, kinda green.
You are now free to move about the country.
Dude, isn't that your mom?
The Hyundai Santa Fe, a comparison. More standard features than a Ford Escape XLS, all for over $1,400 less when comparably equipped. And only the Santa Fe is protected by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Looks like we have a winner. Test drive the Hyundai Santa Fe, nicely equipped for just $17,634 at your Hyundai dealer. It's the Santa Fe Triple Play. $1,000 cash back, or a $199 a month lease, or 0% APR through June 2nd.
No score in the top half of the first inning. Here come the Cubs and Dusty Baker's Pepsi lineup with Mark Gonzalez leading off. Alex Gonzalez hits second. Corey Patterson moves back to the number 3 spot of the batting order with Sosa, Alu, and Hesop Choi to follow. Ramon Martinez gets the start over at third base. Paul Bacco hitting 8th, and Carlos Zambrano will bat 9th.
There you look at the defense and how they'll line up behind Roy Oswalt. And it's Berkman, Biggio, and Porter left to right with Blum, Everett, Kent, and Merced. Brad Ausmus, the fine defensive catcher behind the plate, and hard-throwing Roy Oswalt on the hill. Personally, coming back from a groin injury, I'd love to see the Cubs bunt. Put some pressure on Oswalt. He's a slightly built right-hander, and if he is having any residual effects of the groin problem, you'd like to see him move side to side. This is one tough pitcher, folks. 19-9 last year.
Don't be fooled by the 3-4 record. He is their ace, and his last major league start, he was a winner in Pittsburgh, beating the Pirates May 15th. He didn't get hurt throwing the baseball. He got hurt running the bases. A real awkward slide sent him to the shelf. And Oswalt misses downstairs with ball 2. Mark Gonzalez in the leadoff spot, looking for his first base hit in 12 at-bats for the Cubs.
Lifetime against the Cubs, 5-2. Last year he was 4-0.
Right back where it came from. So a good start. Gonzalez, the leadoff man aboard, with nobody out for Alex Gonzalez.
You're not going to run too often against the combination of Oswalt and Ausmus. Ausmus, one of the best in the business at catching it and throwing it. He's also very quick and accurate behind the plate. But this is a time to either use a bunt or a hit and run. 41% is well above league average. They're down around 31% league wide.
Alex hitting .252 with 5 home runs. He's knocked in 20. A run early would be huge. Let's see if he can move the man over. Strike 1 to the Cubs shortstop Alex Gonzalez.
Gonzalez with just 1 steal this year. He's been caught twice. Not a guy you would associate with a straight steal.
Little flare, that'll reach the stands. Look at the way the wind pushes that ball out of play. No balls, 2 strikes.
Oswalt has both a curve and a slider, making it real tough on the right-handers to handle him. And you would think with an 0-2 count If you don't see the face-high fastball, you're going to see a good breaking ball. Heads up, Alex. Here it comes.
Took something off. A nice knockdown by Brad Ausmus, who, along with Mike Matheny, two of the best catchers you'll see in the National League.
Well, Ausmus went all season and just recorded his first pass ball. Very rarely will you see the ball get by him.
He has yet to commit an error as well behind the plate. He's the reigning Gold Glove winner in the National League. 1-2 pitch, line drive to third, caught by Blum. Hard hit ball, but one out for Corey Patterson.
Alex got a fastball in, which is something he's looking for. Hit it pretty hard, but right at Jeff Blum.
Surprise, Patterson's hitting in front of Sosa as opposed to in the middle of Sosa and Alou to force the bullpen left confrontation for the other manager.
Well, I think what he wants to do here is get a little speed ahead of Sammy, and maybe if Corey can get on, put the pitcher in a stretch. Now he's in a stretch anyway with Brezzolana getting a base hit.
Big hole right side, and Patterson takes high. Another thing to factor in. Got a young player in Patterson. If you have Sosa in front of Corey, Sammy might not see as much to hit as he will with Alou behind him in the batting order.
But Corey's always hit Oswalt very well, and that's somewhat surprising for a young hitter, but he's hit a couple of home runs against him, and he's hitting .316.
Already 42 runs batted in for Patterson. He's the team leader. He's only 12 RBIs shy of his total for last season and nearly 600 at bats. So he's off to a flying start here in the final day of May. And hitting .312. Ground ball to the left side and through for a hit. So two men are on for Sosa in the bottom half of the first inning. Patterson continues his good work, and great to see him go the other way too.
Well, that's the reason why he was put back into the third spot, because of his luck against Oswalt. Conversely, Sammy has had almost no luck against him.
Sosa.
Hopefully today's one of those days that Oswalt, just back off the disabled list, doesn't have the pinpoint control he normally has. Because Sammy's hit just 160 against Oswalt. He's fanned 10 times in 25 at bats.
And the same can be said for Sosa, who came off the DL yesterday and struck out 3 times in 4 hitless at bats. It's going to take him some time. Might take Oswalt some time too. Blazing fastball is swung on and missed.
Last time Oswalt went to the mound was a 6-inning stint against the Pirates at Pittsburgh. That's what put him on the shelf.
2 runners on here in the Cub first.
So far there's been nothing fancy with either Wade Miller or Roy Oswalt against Sammy Sosa. They've used the fastball to get ahead and either just thrown it by him on strike 3 or used a knee buckling curveball. And Sammy in a hole 0-2.
Sosa's last home run here was April 17th. And he'll have to wait another at bat. Sammy 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts since coming back from the disabled list. 2 outs, 2 on for Alou.
Oswalt just throws the fastball by him, and as you can see, Sammy a little tardy. Ausmus wanted it on the outside corner, and despite the fact that Oswalt missed with it, he just threw it by him.
Well, here's a man that's beat up on his former team pretty badly. Moises Alou, 7 hits against the Astros so far this year. He was ejected, as we showed you earlier, in yesterday's series opener, and a ground ball to the shortstop. Everett, sure-handed, makes the peg to second, and the side retired. Cubs get 2 hits, leave both men stranded, and after 1, we remain scoreless.
You know I like you, and I like you a lot. I like Janice a lot, too, and I know she's your roommate.
Janice?
I'm not sure how to say this to you. You know that I like you a lot, right?
Yeah.
It's just that I like Janice a lot, too, and I know she's your roommate, and I wouldn't...
So date both of us.
What? What did you say?
Last year, 137 shows were nominated for Emmy Awards. If all you have is ordinary TV, you missed half of them. Call 1-888-4-BEST-TV. Get Comcast digital cable for only $29.99 a month. Get great shows like The Shield, Essence of Emerald, and the Osborns. Call now and get 4 months of digital cable for $29.99 a month. Comcast Digital Cable. It's not just more TV, it's better TV.
Presenting the 390 horsepower Jaguar S-Type R.
We see an old family recipe for success. An empire built from a storefront. We see the soda king of the Midwest. At Microsoft, we see the potential in small business. It's what inspires us to create software that helps them reach it.
No score after 1 inning of play here in Chicago. Jeff Kent, Orlando Merced, and Colin Porter are coming up against Carlos Zambrano. A cold, windy day in Chicago, but the weather's supposed to improve tomorrow and all next week when we head to interleague play against the Tampa Bay Devil Rays and, of course, the Yankees next weekend. Good tickets still available for that Devil Rays series. 2 night games, Tuesday and Wednesday.
A little concerned about the Kent-Zambrano matchup.
And that might be a good reason why. A rocket shot hit to left. Alou, though, on the track, makes the play.
Any other day, and it's 1-0 because Jeff Kent got ahead of that ball and took it to just about the deepest part of left field. Fortunately, it's 355 down the lines, and the wind is blowing straight in from left field. Otherwise, that ball's out of the park.
Well, so far, Biggio and Kent have hit the ball as hard as they possibly can.
Well, that time, Zambrano dropped down on the arm angle, and that slider just spun over the middle of the plate, and Kent hit the daylights out of it.
Here's Merced, come killer, playing first base today. He's also played for Bagwell at first base on May 11th when Houston visited the Phillies. Line drive left center field. Will the wind hold it up? It will not. Alou took a circuitous route, and Merced has the first Houston base hit of our ball game. Stoney, we invite you to shop Cubs.com for the broadest selection of Cubs merchandise. Cubs.com is the official site of wearing your heart on your sleeve, cap pullover, and a whole lot more. 1 more with the Astros tomorrow, then 3 with the Devil Rays, 3 with the Yankees. Remaining home series in June, the White Sox, the 20th, 21st, and 22nd, and then June 24th, 25th, and 26th against the Brewers.
Colin Porter getting the call, so he came up from AAA. And perhaps the Cubs got a break because really touted Jason Lane had an abdominal problem. Otherwise, he would have been the guy that they called up. He's got a whole lot of power, and last year with Houston, he hit .290 in limited action.
Porter was thrilled to death. It took him 14 hours and 3 different plane rides to get from Edmonton to Chicago. He got about 3 hours of sleep yesterday. And his wife Dawn and son Tyler and 8 other family members are here at Wrigley Field seeing him make his first start with Houston today.
It's amazing how quickly that trip up to the major leagues is accomplished as opposed to the trip down. It seems to take 2 or 3 times as long.
Porter came in a pinch hit appearance yesterday and struck out in the 8th inning. No score. We're in the second. Merced at first. Porter swings a little late. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Cubs trying to take advantage of a very long homestand, and so far it's not exactly off to an auspicious beginning. They dropped 2 of 3 to the Pirates in the first game of the Houston series.
Got beat yesterday, of course, and the Cubs have been outscored 32-10 in the first 4 games here at home. That's not good.
What Zambrano's looking for here is to keep the ball down and force Porter to hit the ball right at shortstop, or if you roll over it, you hit it at second.
Ground ball right to second. Good call, Stoney. 1 there, 2 there. Second inning in the books. Nothing happening for Houston. Hee-Seop Choi will lead things off.
Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the house, the nightmare begins again.
Why won't you leave us alone?
Their family already believes in ghosts,
He followed us here. He'll follow us wherever we go.
but this time,
It's a man filled with a demon.
they're fighting the ultimate evil.
You are gonna die!
Craig T. Nelson, Joe Beth Williams, Poltergeist 2, The Other Side.
Tonight at 10:30 on WGN.
This portion of Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN is brought to you by your local Ford store. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
I'm sold. It's got to be the Explorer.
I agree. The smooth car-like ride and the great handling make me feel safer.
And look what I found. Explorer is the best pick by the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety.
No wonder it's the best-selling SUV in America.
And the most trusted.
You know, the others just didn't come close to Explorer's handling.
The only decision left is the 0 for 60, or Ford matches our down payment up to $1,000 for a total of $4,500 down.
Let's go pick it up and we can talk about it on the way.
If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again. This family did.
I shall love you forever, Ethan.
Attention, Earthlings. I come in peace. Avalanche! Help me!
That's fun for some. Playing the games from the Illinois Lottery. That's fun for all. Players have more fun.
If a Cubs player hits a homer today, write down the distance and player's name and send it to WGN TV. You could win 2 round-trip tickets to any Southwest Airlines destination.
One of the Cubs' prize pupils out of the farm system leads off our second inning, and the Cubs farm system, Stoney, is today's Illinois Lottery fun fact.
Well, certainly it's been productive, and you can see right there how productive it's been. Most of the guys doing awfully well, and get used to it, folks, because you'll see a whole lot more from the Cubs system as we move through the next few years.
Hee-Seop Choi looks at a strike over the outside corner. Hee-Seop's average now in the high 230s.
This is Choi's first look at Roy Oswalt.
And he's quickly down 0-2. Recall early in the season when Hee-Seop was struggling, he moved off the plate just a bit and started getting a lot more quality at bats. Now he's had some trouble chasing the high fastball, and that's exactly what happened here in the second. 2 strikeouts for Oswalt. 1 man retired in the Cubs half of inning number 2 for Ramon Martinez.
When you start getting anxious, you expand that strike zone. And from the Southwest Airlines Plainview camera, we'll take a look at a pitch that had the plate but was up and out of the zone. Martinez has always had some luck against Oswalt. That's one of the reasons why he's getting a chance to play today. And this game is being played exactly as we thought it would. Real tough, real tight.
279 is Ramon's batting average. Of course, a lot of folks would be interested in your thoughts on the Diamondbacks Red Sox trade made the other day. Byung-Hyun Kim going to Boston. Shea Hillenbrand going to Arizona.
Well, the Red Sox get a guy that they believe is going to close for them because he has closed for the Diamondbacks, and that's Kim. Although they use him as a starter this year, eventually the Red Sox figure that he will close. And as far as Hillenbrand is concerned, he's going to give them a pretty good offensive player in a position where they need some offense.
Line drive over the glove of Blum at third. Martinez continues his good work against Oswalt. That's his 3rd career hit against him. A 1-out single to left here in the Cubs' second inning. And Paul Bacco will come up.
Take another look at it. This is the off-speed breaking ball. And you can move that front foot out as long as you keep your hands back, and that's exactly what Ramon did. He hit it right by Blum, and he winds up at first base.
One other factor for that Diamondback trade is Arizona saves a whole lot of money in that deal.
They pick up close to a couple $1 million in the trade.
Here's Bacco, runner at first, scoreless game, and that's outside. A lot of folks, it's always funny to me, talk about who got the best of that trade. It's far too early to tell. I think, as we've said so many times, it's the best possible trade. It's one that both teams should see very large benefits from.
The Diamondbacks haven't given up on this year. They're just 8.5 games in back. San Francisco, however, has won 3 in a row. As far as the Red Sox are concerned, they trailed the Yankees by a half game. And they also realize that not only for a division championship, but they're going to be in it for a wild card berth the whole way. And they had to figure out some way to get somebody at the tail end to close out games.
And they're delighted with what Bill Miller has done. Bill might qualify before it's all done for the American League Batting Championship. The last report, he had not turned in the requisite number of at-bats for the top spot overall. But at one point, he was hitting in the 380s for the Red Sox. 3-0. Taking all the way, 3 balls and a strike.
Might not be a bad idea. You're not going to straight steal, but if you believe that Baco can make some contact, wanting to stay out of the double play and bring Zambrano up, you might think about moving with Martinez.
Ground ball to short. Everett to second one. Kent hangs in there, turns in nicely.
You didn't run, cost you 2.
Houston turns in their 62nd double play. That's tops in the National League, and we're still scoreless.
Thanks for letting me bring Fifi.
Oh, anything for you, baby. I'd give you the moon, the stars, and the ultimate love potion. Ice cold Bud Light.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
Don't worry, I got him. Ooh.
Presenting the Lincoln Mercury family of SUVs. They're powerful, innovative, and during the Lincoln Mercury SUV drive-away, interest-free for 5 years, which leaves you plenty of time and money to pursue other interests. Come in now for 0% APR for 60 months or up to $3,000 cash back on Navigator, Aviator, and Mountaineer. The SUV drive-away only at your Lincoln Mercury dealer, the domain of civilized SUVs. See your local Lincoln Mercury dealer today.
Need help with your yard this weekend? We're free. Buy almost any John Deere lawn or garden tractor right now, and it's free till April 2004. 0 down, 0% interest, 0 payments till next season. So visit your John Deere dealer now and start thinking up projects. Because we're free till April.
Excuse me, which way's 4th Street?
2 blocks that way.
Thanks.
You're closer to a Volkswagen than you think. In fact, really, really close.
Cubs baseball on WGN is brought to you by Bud Light. For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light. Don't need ice to cool off the beverages at the ballpark today. 48 degrees and wind in off the lake at 24 miles per hour. And after 2 innings, that's the kind of attack you'd expect with weather like this.
I would watch the bunt from Osmus, who does have better than average speed as a catcher, although yesterday a banner day for him. He cleared the bases with a double in the 4th inning.
.199 is the average of Osmus with a couple of home runs and 18 poked in. A couple of finals already in today. Atlanta fell in New York 4-2. Detroit beat the Yankees 4-2 today. How about Contreras for New York yesterday in his first start? He looked overpowering against the Tigers, but many do.
Well, they decided they weren't going to get whatever they needed from him if they used him out of the bullpen as a starter. He looked great.
And 4 straight bad ones, and Osmus trots down to first with a leadoff walk, and that'll bring up the shortstop, Adam Everett.
Chip, if you're wondering one of the reasons why the Red Sox were able to make that deal, they're #1 in the American League in offense. And they're one of the 3 teams in the American League with in excess of a 5-point ERA. So they needed somebody at the end who can save games, and Kim has shown during the course of his brief career that he can do that.
Will Everett be able to advance the base runner here? He's hitting .263. He's homered once. He's knocked in 7 men. A run early is going to be huge in this ball game.
Well, Oswalt's a terrific hitter, so you can bunt with Everett here. You're talking about a guy with a batting average at .273, and although he's yet to drive in a run, you might want to play for 1 run early.
No sign of a bunt, and he takes a quick strike. Pirates and Cardinals are tied 1, as we showed you graphically a moment ago. Our assistant producer Marc-Andre Brady keeping us up to date on all the other scores around Major League Baseball today.
Everett does have pretty good speed.
Double play ball to short. 6-4-3. Second double play in as many innings for the Houston offense. 2 outs for Oswalt.
This is the big advantage for Carlos Zambrano, the fact that he can throw ground balls when he has to, and no chance at all for Osmus. He can't get close to Grzelcyk. So they decide to play it straight up. No hit and run, no bunt, and cost them a double play.
So the pitcher hits with the bases clear. We want to thank Ron and Jean McCraney from Decatur, Alabama, celebrating their 35th wedding anniversary with friends from St. Anne, Illinois. And they were kind enough to bring us some of the delicacies from Decatur with them to the ballpark.
Pretty nice. Peanut brittle, always a favorite, especially with my dentist.
Which, as we all know, is
This is
Dr. Jack Ruby,
of course.
right?
But better than that, Chip. English toffee. How about that?
Right through there. 2 balls and a strike. So we'd encourage the fans to bribe us in any manner possible. But actually, we're happy to welcome them to Chicago. And folks, we promise it'll be warm by August. Ground ball to the shortstop. Oswalt will be retired. Ground ball starting to pile up for Zambrano as he continues to work in a scoreless game.
Flying to the Washington area for business? If these 8 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines nonstop to Baltimore Washington International, maybe this will. Now you can fly to BWI for just $79 each way.
You are now free to move about the country.
Come on. The dog.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Sierra Mist. Taste one shockingly refreshing lemon lime.
I gotta get me a dog like that.
The Lexus ES. An automobile so luxurious we thought of everything. Even this special lease. $399 a month for 36 months, with $3,049 due at signing on approved credit. See your Chicago area Lexus dealer.
This portion of Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN is brought to you by Chevy. The cars you depend on, the cars that last. We'll be there. The 4,000 CarQuest Auto Parts stores across North America. You'll find it at CarQuest. And by Honda. See your Honda dealer to learn more about the great value Honda has to offer.
2 of Larry Boa's biggest fans at the ballpark today as we head to the bottom of our 3rd inning. Zambrano, Gonzalez, and Gonzalez are coming up. Interesting managerial decisions already, and a day when 1 run might win you the game. Neither Dusty Baker nor Jimmy Williams elected to run in the first 2+ innings today.
I think the first run is going to be key. Both of these pitchers have good stuff. And we'll see how Dusty Baker elects to play it. If he can get a base runner or two, something they've had a few of early.
Carlos Zambrano with a home run, 2 knocked in, and a 167 batting average. And he wasn't quite sure what to do with that swing. 0-2.
He's hitting 118 from the left side, the right side being his strong side.
Sharply hit. Everett at short, though, picks it up and throws him out. Tomorrow, friends, will be Save a Life Sunday with Evanston Northwestern Healthcare at the ballpark. They'll be educating select fans about the use of defibrillators to save lives, and they'll be giving away prizes throughout the game. You can win one of them with a lucky ticket drawing, or stop by the Cubs offices for a free entry form. From Evanston Northwestern, a wise choice, a 1:20 start as Kerry Wood against Jeremy Robertson tomorrow at 1 p.m.
Pass along best wishes to Vince Lloyd, looking on, will be turning 86 tomorrow.
Wow.
Vinny spent a lot of years here calling Cub baseball, so we hope that things are looking a little brighter. They're certainly looking a little warmer as he looks on in Arizona.
No balls, 2 strikes to Gonzalez, who singled his first time up. Good cut. He stays alive. Well, we hope our colleague Marty Brenneman's looking on today down in sunny South Florida. The Reds are taking on the Marlins a little bit later on. Marty, I'm sure, spent the day yesterday counting those gimme putts from about 12 feet.
Well, he also is in charge of a very offensive ball club. The Cincinnati Reds have really started to heat it up with the bats. And if they get any consistent pitching, they're going to be awfully tough.
Ken Griffey Jr. a couple of home runs yesterday in the Cincinnati victory on the road.
They defeated those Marlins, pushing them 13 games in back of Atlanta.
It's not too late. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Gonzalez. Ground ball protecting the plate. Merced will spear it in foul ground.
You really don't know just how much you're going to get out of Oswalt today, because he is just coming off the disabled list. One of the things you also know, if you're Jimmy Williams, you got 4 guys in that bullpen with ERAs under 2. So if you do have the lead after 6, it makes it awfully tough.
Ground ball up the middle. Everett ranges behind the bag. Good play. 2-man down. So what you're saying is Oswalt will not act alone in all likelihood.
Don't intend him to be going deep into this game, but you never know.
Here's Alex. He lined to third. Sharply hit ball, but is 0-for-1. Top of the Houston order will come up in the 4th inning. Very briskly played game today. Not much offense as you'd expect. Swing and a line drive center field. Biggio on the run, played that ball very well. Alex hit it sharply, but is retired. On we go to the 4th, still scoreless.
I just got a great deal on the cutest thing I've tried on in a long time.
Don't tell me. You got a new Ford Escape.
Okay, how did you know?
Because all you've been talking about is the 200 horsepower V6 engine, the free moonroof, the smooth car-like ride, and all the hot colors it comes in.
Okay, but I had to get it now. With a choice of 0% or $1,500 cash back, I knew it wouldn't last.
Can I try it on?
Okay, but you're gonna want one. It's the perfect size for your life.
If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again. These women did.
In a town called Perfect, the only crime is not having ice cream on your pie. Elevator music isn't the usual. Carpets never stain. And the local bank has hundreds of branches. Of course, we don't live anywhere near perfect, so there's Walgreens, open every day, many 24 hours, with everything needed for the real world. That's life. This is Walgreens.
Last year, 137 shows were nominated for Emmy Awards. If all you have is ordinary TV, you missed half of them. Call 1-888-4BEST-TV. Get Comcast digital cable for only $29.99 a month. Get great shows like The Shield, Essence of Emerald, and The Osbournes. Call now and get 4 months of digital cable for $29.99 a month. Comcast digital cable. It's not just more TV, it's better TV.
Introducing the new Nissan Murano. With all-wheel drive, spacious interior, and 245 horsepower. For your adventures in on-roading.
Scoreless game, we go to the 4th inning. Craig Biggio, Blum, and Berkman, the Killer Bees, 1, 2, and 3 for the Houston Astros. Carlos Zambrano and Roy Oswalt hooked up in a good one. Zambrano looks for his 6th victory of the year. And a first pitch swing, ground ball to third, right at the bag. Good pickup, good throw, and goodbye. 1 down.
Well, there's only one thing you can do with that, and that's come in and backhand it, but smother it. You know you're going to get a short hop. You know you can't get to it before the bounce, and a great play by Ramon. Watch it again. He picks it cleanly. It's clearly a fair ball, and 1 pitch, and you retire a pretty tough hitter.
That brings up Jeff Blum. He was called out on strikes back in the 1st inning. Again, key for Zambrano when he's right. It's ground ball, strikeout, ground ball, strikeout. Not too many fly balls from this guy. You're always, the hitters say, hitting the top half of the baseball when you face this man.
We also don't want to throw him anything off speed or too many sliders inside, because Sammy's playing him well off the line and right.
Good news from St. Louis. Pirates lead the Cardinals now 4-1 in the 3rd inning. Brian Giles has just homered for Pittsburgh off Woody Williams. Kip Wells going for the Buccos. Cardinals have committed 2 errors in that game. They do, however, have Jim Edmonds back today.
Be careful here, because Blum has surprising power, and this is very much a hitter's pitch.
He fouled it off, though, again on the ground. 3-2 your count.
Pirates can give you some problems if you catch them away from home. They're 8-19 at PNC Park in Pittsburgh, but 15-11 on the road.
Well, they're a better team than they've shown. Certainly missing Brian Giles for 3.5 weeks has not helped them, but he's back, and his presence has made that offense a whole lot better. Down swinging is Blum for the 2nd time. 2 up, 2 down for Berkman.
And the crew would like to send along our condolences to our chief engineer, Greg Gressel, on the loss of his mother. So for the entire Gressel family, we have our condolences.
Berkman grounded out to the shortstop, Alex Gonzalez, in the 1st inning. And he grounds to the shortstop again. Alex smothers and throws a strike. Another ground ball strike him out inning for Zambrano as the Cubs and Astros dueling to zeros.
On the WB's new Tuesday.
You gotta get me out of here.
A call for help.
If something happened to him, I'd never forgive myself.
Now, despite all his powers,
your life is going under the microscope.
A hero is powerless.
Dying, Clark.
Smallville.
Tonight at 8 on WGN, Chicago's WB. The big guy is making a big move. What? Starting Monday, catch Drew at his new time. Starting Monday at 11:30 on WGN.
Have you ever spent like 5 minutes with him? He's totally self-centered and insensitive. We just don't go together. I mean, she's my best friend. She has these emotional needs he can't meet. Remember what she went through with Brad? It's just like awful. He's so rude.
And it's a deep drive to center. Rodriguez makes the catch. It looks like they're going to send the runner. Here comes a throw. He's safe. He's safe. The winning run is now on 3rd.
You're such a great listener.
Thanks.
I told you she had a boyfriend.
The Hyundai Tiburon, with America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. When you can be counted on, you win.
This portion of Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN is brought to you by Hyundai. When your car comes home with America's best warranty, you win. Hyundai. Walgreens Pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs. And by Acura. Experience the performance today at your local Acura dealer.
3, 4, and 5 in the Cub attack due up here in the 4th inning.
You think a bunt would be in order if you take a look at Merced, who's almost back on the grass?
It would be in order. Let's see if Patterson thinks about it. He doesn't. Only 2 bunt hits for Corey all year long, and with his blazing speed.
If you can get him on, this is a situation where you might be able to run yourself into the first run of the day, but Corey's always hit Oswalt well.
Base hit the other way in the 1st inning before being erased on a ground ball off the bat of Moises Alou. Scoreless game in the 4th. Don't let the beautiful pictures our crew are providing you fool you. On this final day of May, it feels like the first week of April. Little pop-up, and Everett comes charging in and makes the play for out number 1. 48 degrees at game time. We're in Chicago. Let's step aside and tell you what's coming up on WGN.
All they wanted to do was put the past behind them and start over with a new life. But the evil that was unleashed won't let them go. They're back. Craig T. Nelson stars in Poltergeist 2: The Other Side. Tonight at 10:30 on WGN, Chicago's WB.
Here's Sammy Sosa. He struck out his first time up. Base is clear as Oswalt misses with a breaking ball. 1 ball, no strikes.
Oswalt, the 23rd round draft choice in June 1966. They got a good one here.
And they find him in the lower rounds too, don't they?
They found a whole lot of their guys. Ensberg, a low round draft choice. Wade Miller, a low round draft choice.
One ball, 2 strikes. And Osmus could not hang on. So Sammy gets another look here in the 4th inning.
He threw the fastball by him in the 1st. Sammy, being on the DL, has had his knees buckle on a lot of breaking balls.
This time he swings through it. And Sosa strikes out for the 5th time in 6 at-bats since coming back. Bases are clear for Alou.
Take a look at a pretty good overhand curveball. And that time Sammy was seemingly right on it, just swung over the top. The Southwest Airlines Plainview camera. We'll take a look at another strikeout.
Here's Alou. He bounced into the force play. That ended the Cub first, and Oswalt misses downstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. Toronto over Boston 2-1 in the 3rd inning. Seattle and Minnesota are scoreless after 3. Oakland has defeated Kansas City 7-6. And the White Sox were rained out in Cleveland. Porter will field a Alou base hit on 1 hop, and that'll bring up Choi here in the 4th inning.
We had a chance to see former Cub coach Chuck Cottier in attendance here today. He's scouting for the New York Yankees. And as most of you know, who have not been involved with the space program, the Yankees will be here 6th, 7th, and 8th of June.
Chuck happy to be scouting because he might have been the guy taking the fall for the Yankees' home problems. Haven't played particularly well at Yankee Stadium of late. The Bronx Bombers, and today in Detroit, they suffered a 2-run defeat.
Well, you'd love to see Oswalt try to throw that off-speed breaking ball to Choi, because there's a huge gap in right center field. They're playing him as an off-field hitter.
2 balls, no strikes.
We'll show you the defense, and there's Craig Biggio. He's over in left center. They're pretty much giving him the left field line. They're closing up the gap in left center. It's Bart Johnson, former teammate of mine. This man with the hat and the stopwatch. He's a scout for the Tampa Bay Devil Rays.
He'll be in next.
Yeah, be here before the Yankees.
Really looking forward to seeing Rocco Baldelli play. What an exciting player he is. Don't be fooled by that Tampa Bay record. That's a good offensive team that's going to only get better. Crawford and Baldelli, Sandberg, Travis Lee. You might remember him from his Arizona and Philadelphia days.
They've been pretty good at home at 12-14. It's on the road where they've suffered, playing .333 baseball.
We'll have a chance too to say hello to an old friend. Jeremy Gonzalez, the former Cub, is in the Tampa Bay rotation. He'll pitch the opener Tuesday night for Uncle Lou.
There's Chuck Gaudier. Forgot how cold it can be in May here.
Lou starts, then stops, and heads back to first after a foul ball.
Hopefully this inning can stay alive because Ramon Martinez hits Oswalt pretty well.
Two balls, two strikes. And Choi able to keep the at-bat alive.
You'd love to see this get to 3-2 because right now Lou isn't running. If it gets to 3-2, he will be, and on even a short double, he can score. Is that the heaven on 7 crawfish?
That's the famous. I think he's a crawfish today. I've never seen an arboreal crawfish, and Alou is going to be picked off. Cubs base running. Makes the first mistake of the day. We talked at the open about how important it would be to minimize them. The Cubs are guilty of the first lapse in a scoreless game.
See you next week.
Hey, Bill. Good job, man. Rusty, what's your hurry? Hey, I'm just trying to get home, man.
Introducing the Dodge SRT series. Race inspired, street legal.
Sweet.
We see you getting the next big idea. We see 400 employees in 3 years and new partnerships formed. We see ideas exchanged freely. At Microsoft, we stand in awe of you and your potential. It's what inspires us to create software that helps you reach it.
Start your summer fun at Toyota's summer event, where great value begins with Toyota quality. Hurry in and lease Camry for a low $239 a month. That's $239 a month for America's #1 selling car. Or get this $169 a month lease on Corolla, a benchmark of quality for over 30 years. Plus, there are great leases on Matrix. Get to Toyota's summer event and start some fun.
Nothing beats the fun and excitement of watching the Cubs in beautiful Wrigley Field. And you can be there. That's right. Tickets are still available for upcoming Cubs games. To get your tickets, just call tickets.com at 1-800-THE-CUBS. Head to the Wrigley Field box office. Punch in www.cubs.com. Or visit any Chicagoland Sears or Sears hardware store. Don't wait. Catch all the Cubs action firsthand and get to the game.
We're in the 5th inning already, and Jeff Kent goes to work first. And news on the crawfish front, Stoney. The arboreal crawfish has reached terra firma.
He did take a tumble out of the tree and looks worse for the wear.
More ground balls than you can shake a tail at. And our producer Pete Tolman tells us that wearing the crawfish suit is a great way to pick up chicks.
It doesn't stop him from using the cell phone, however.
Line drive into center field. And Patterson makes the play. 1 up, 1 down. Cubs got picked off, and that ended the bottom of the 4th inning.
It's tough enough to get base runners, let alone get picked off. And this wasn't even close. It's the first pickoff of the year for Roy Oswalt, who I'm sure was somewhat surprised that Moises was nowhere near the bag.
Set, first pitch swinging, ground ball to second. 2 quick up, 2 quick down, 7 straight retired by the Cub right-hander, who's given up only 1 base hit today.
the wind blowing in, gusting at up to 24 miles an hour. You'd have to think that one run will decide this. And both pitchers throwing awfully well. Just the base hit by Merced in the second inning. That's been the sum total of the Houston offense. And the Cubs have 4 hits, but nothing to show for it.
Here's Porter. He hit into a double play his first time up. 1 ball, no strikes as we reach the top of the hour here in Chicago. Glad you're with us here on WGN. Same channel, same opponent for the series wrap up tomorrow. 1 ball, 1 strike to Porter.
Cubs will have to win this one to stop from falling to a 500 club at home. Cubs have actually played better on the road. They're 13-12 here in the friendly confines and 16-12 on the road.
Wind continues to howl in, and time called by Paul Bacco, the Cub catcher. Houston looking for back-to-back complete games. Hasn't happened for them in 2 years. And Shane Reynolds and, ironically enough, Roy Oswalt turned the trick against Montreal. They'd be delighted to get 7 or more out of Oswalt, who again is pitching for the first time off the DL.
Well, this is a team that leads the National League in innings pitched out of the bullpen, so they have to get some rest sometime.
Zambrano climbs the ladder and has retired 8 consecutive men. Choi, Martinez, and Bacco are coming up in the Cubs' 5th.
Ooh, you're a naughty little boy, aren't you? Keep it up, and I'm gonna give you a spanking. I'll teach you the meaning of respect. You're not getting any of my Bud Light. Do you hear me? No kisses for you. Not till you learn to obey me. Now, get down on all 4s.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down. Make it a Bud Light.
It's that time of year again. North side versus south. Neighbor versus neighbor. Cubs versus Sox. To make sure we're all rooting on a full stomach, McDonald's is bringing back the tangy and juicy McRib sandwich. And when you make it an extra value meal, it's just $2.99. Also available a Cubs Sox Collector Cup. Hey, with a deal like this, does it really matter who wins? Just kidding.
Behind him is a 400-square-foot deluxe bachelor with a partial view. In front of him is a junior executive semi-private with no view. But right now, life is perfect. On the open road, in complete control of an Acura RSX. One of Car and Driver's 10 best.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced nor retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Before Hee-Sop Choi leads off the 5th, let's quickly pause for station identification.
This is America's #1 sports station, WGN-TV, Chicago's WB.
Sunny skies, but cold weather in Chicago as we play the middle game of this 3-game series. Hee-Sop Choi struck out leading off the 2nd.
Well, Choi might have found out something last at bat in that when Oswalt got behind, he did throw him the slow curveball. That was a changeup, not a slow curve, but the way the defense is playing, he might catch a break if he can hit it to right center field.
That's where the big gap is. And Choi takes a ball low. We want to thank our fine intern, Nicole Kutznia, for a job well done. This is Nicole's last day of work for us here on WGN. And Steve, I know the crew pitched in and very generously decided to throw her a go-away party today.
Got her a substantial parting gift.
And I'm sure Mike the vendor will be happy to frame that Cub claw.
Get her the claw, yes.
Just doesn't thrill us quite as much as when the man's microphone. 3 balls and a strike. Now it's full to Choi, 3-2.
If Hesop can lay off the high fastball, he might have a pretty good shot here, and hopefully he can get out in front of one. It's one of the reasons why that batting average has been in the 230s, is he's expanded his zone.
Slash down the left field line, but well out of play for another 3-2 count.
Oswalt hasn't walked anybody yet, and that's been somewhat surprising, just coming off the DL. Wade Miller with 14 strikeouts yesterday, only walked 1, and that came in the 8th inning.
He was terrific. Again to left field and out of play. And I think Stoney,
he's had enough.
He's heading home with his tail between his legs. Tapped foul at the plate.
He did get that phone call. Could have been from Mrs. Fish saying, "Get your tail home."
Otherwise, he'll be in hot water, I'm sure. 3-2 over the inside corner. Strike 3 called. That's 4 for Oswalt. Choi not too sure. 1 away in the Cub 5th.
Oswalt is running that fastball up there, and Bruce Dreckman said it was good enough. And the Southwest Airlines Plainview camera will take a look at a fastball that probably was an inch or 2 inside. However, with a 3-2 count, you have to protect, and he is a strikeout victim.
Martinez has one of the Cub hits today before being erased on a double play ground ball in the 2nd inning. Great day to pitch. Off his thumbs. That won't feel good. Everett charges, gloves, and guns him out. 2 down.
Adam Everett is very smooth at shortstop, and he's made a couple of good plays today. Yesterday was a great pitching matchup between 2 guys with a chance to wind up in the Hall of Fame. Greg Maddux and Tom Glavine, longtime teammates, went head-to-head. Maddux won it. John Smoltz, his 20th save of the year in 21 attempts, and Maddux moved his record to 4-5.
Baco hits with the bases clear. I think the last time a game featured men opposing each other with as many wins as Maddux and Glavine was Steve Carlton and Nolan Ryan hooking up in the mid-80s.
It's a pretty good matchup.
Yeah, 2 balls, no strikes.
Kenny Lofton extended his hitting streak to 26 games.
We'll check and see if he had a hit today, by the way.
It's pretty impressive. That's a long streak. Ron Santo had one of 28 games. But when you are knocking at the door of 30 games for a hitting streak, that's really impressive.
Lofton does not have a hit today. He's 0 for 3, in fact, but the Pirates are beating St. Louis 4-1 in the bottom of the 4th inning. High fly ball to left field. Berkman plays it nicely. It's 3 up, 3 down in the Cubs 5th. Roy Oswalt 2 up 3rd in the Houston 6th inning.
Last year, 137 shows were nominated for Emmy Awards. If all you have is ordinary TV, You missed half of them. Call 1-888-4BEST-TV. Get Comcast digital cable for only $29.99 a month. Get great shows like The Shield, Essence of Emerald, and The Osbournes. Call now and get 4 months of digital cable for $29.99 a month. Comcast digital cable. It's not just more TV, it's better TV.
Boy, you sure got stuff. Where do you put it all? Let your Nissan dealer show you a new Murano at 32,536. We've got nothing to hide. You might, of course. Nissan Murano.
The Home Depot is more than a store. It's a plant menagerie, a fireworks show that lasts all year long, a place filled with ideas and supplies to make them grow. It's our 1-year plant guarantee, so it doesn't matter what color your thumb is. It's baskets of flowers and bushels of plants. It's the guaranteed low price every day to make every dollar work. It's where the garden in your dreams becomes the garden in your backyard. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
Well, Stoney, let's see what's happening down in the minor leagues as we get set for our 6th inning. I wonder if they're freezing their lug nuts off in Lansing.
That's the only team the Cubs have in first place. My beloved Lugnuts and Justin Jones. Pretty good pitcher, but Luis Montanez, who probably is a shortstop of the future, along with Jason Dubois and Robinson Chirinos, all have had very good days. The minor league system just a little under 500. It's not near as important as developing talent.
First pitch swing, Osmus is retired. That's 9 in a row. Retired by Zambrano. Felix Pye, by the way, still hitting .314. Down in the low minor leagues. Bobby Hill at AAA had a couple more hits in a game yesterday.
The Lugnuts had 15 of them in a 12-5 win over Dayton.
So they're more than making up for their early season rain problems.
Well, they've gotten in 50 games already despite the late start for the Cubs. This is game number 54. The significance of that is it's exactly 1/3 of the way through the season. The Cubs still maintain their hold on first place where they've been since April 15th.
Everett takes a strike. Still no sign from anybody yet in this game of laying down a bunt. Surprising with the difficulty of hitting the ball with any kind of depth today. And a foul ball off his foot. Ouch. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That couldn't feel too well because it was hit awfully hard off his foot. That ball almost got down the line. Take another look at it. Ooh, that's an owie.
Pitchers love to see hitters do that too, don't you?
They love to go right back inside and let him do it again. But in the case of Everett, who doesn't hit the breaking ball very well, outside would be nice.
Popped up. Let's see what the wind does to this. Who wants it? It's Choi coming in, and he'll put the squeeze on.
What pitchers have to do in that situation, Chip, is number one, they've got to realize which way the wind is blowing, where the ball is drifting, and they have to be the captain. You're going to pick out one of your infielders and make the call. Now, it's one thing to point and say, yes, it's up in the air. It's another thing to call somebody to make the play.
Well, Carlos
came over to make the play. He took charge.
Well, Carlos was pointing at Baco.
Yes, very bad call because no chance he was going to get that one.
So Hesop, who's had a very steady glove over at first base, makes a fine catch for out number 2. And that'll bring up Oswalt for the second time.
Pretty impressive outing so far by both of these pitchers.
Ball one outside to the Houston starter, Roy Oswalt.
Carlos has 1 walk. Oswalt has yet to walk anybody.
And a And backing away from a breaking ball. 1-2 now.
As far as the Astros are concerned, this is exactly what they wanted. Their first two starting pitchers, yesterday complete game, and Oswalt in control today. They've got to find some way to consistently stay out of their bullpen. In fact, they went through a string of 40 straight games using 3 pitchers or more. That streak was snapped in St. Louis in that 4-game series that saw them split. And coming here, you certainly wanted to give that bullpen a little rest. When they have rest, they're close to unhittable.
Oswalt unhittable, as is Zambrano today. Carlos is retired 11 straight men. Still a scoreless game.
Chicago Cubs baseball brought to you by Pepsi, the official soft drink of the Chicago Cubs.
And you, Wyatt, how'd you make your first billion?
Oil and cattle. Let's call it offshore banking.
And you, Jones, we're all curious. How'd you make your first billion?
Me? Oh, Pepsi.
You invented Pepsi?
Oh, no, I just drank one.
Want your first billion? Enter Pepsi's Play for a Billion sweepstakes. 1,000 winners compete for a guaranteed million on live TV. And one may even win 1 billion.
You guys got a foosball table?
Check specially marked Pepsi products.
This is my house.
Dave's really getting hammered.
Check it out.
He didn't bring his A game today.
Ball in. Let's go, baby. You can't check me. Come on, bring it. Bring it. Oh. Foul, man. Foul. Foul.
There's fun for some, and there's fun for all. With Mega Millions, there's no limit to how high the jackpot could go. So play the Illinois Lottery. Players have more fun.
Lots of people have a look. Only a few have the goods to back it up. Like Dodge Neon SXT, with a 132-horse engine, jam and CD sound, aluminum wheels, and much more. Now qualified lessees can get the whole package for just $189 a month with $189 down and $378 due at signing. Plus, you get our 7-year or 70,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Ford, Chevy, and Toyota don't match it. Dodge Neon SXT, how style and performance hook up for just $189 a month.
This portion of Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN is brought to you by Dodge. You can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horns. Dodge.
Blow wind, blow my baby.
Time for our Budweiser True Fan Cam. Don't forget the Chicago Blues Fest is going on downtown this weekend.
Blow my baby back to me. Man, if I don't soon, I'm gonna find out my heart's gonna be in misery. Let's get out of here, boys.
Yeah, I was down at the Blues Fest last night. Good folks at Gibson Guitars had me out. And they opened up had launched a new line, Valley Arts Guitars, yesterday. And speaking of Wynn, there's Wynn Griffiths, our fine cameraman here at Wrigley Field.
I don't know why he's so bundled up. It's very pleasant up here.
Yeah, it's balmy, matter of fact. 1 ball, 1 strike to Carlos Zambrano. So don't have plans tonight, head on downtown. Check out the Chicago Blues Fest. It's a blast.
Zambrano hit the ball pretty hard last time up, but he hit it right at Everett. They're playing him very shallow and around toward left center field. Cubs need some base runners. They could certainly use a run.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Zambrano. Got to figure, Stoney, if nothing happens in the 6th, the man of whom you must be most afraid is Craig Biggio, leading off the 7th. Good cut, foul ball.
Well, they'll head right back to the top, and it's the 3rd time through the order. And there's a look at the converted catcher and the converted second baseman, now the current center fielder. And to his recollection, nobody has been able to make that transition.
Down goes Carlos. That's 5 strikeouts for Roy Oswalt.
And I talked to Craig about the transition. He said, look, going from behind the plate to second base took me 2 years to get comfortable. He said it was really difficult to make that move. He says moving from second base to center field hasn't been bad at all. And although it's not a natural move, you have to worry about the wind, which with the roof on in Houston, you don't worry about.
Fly ball by Gonzalez to right. And Porter makes a good running catch. Right field to Sun Field, and the wind pushing everything toward the corner. He made a good grab for a quick second out. Really what it says about Biggio more than anything else, and him spending so much time in the major leagues, all of it with Houston, is very simply he's just a tremendous athlete.
And he still has good enough speed after all those years behind the plate to play center field.
Here's Alex. He's lined out twice, once to third, once to straightaway center. Had him out in front with a breaking ball. No balls and a strike.
Alex, one time in his career, has hit a home run against Oswalt. So with the wide open stance now, you'd think he'd be looking for something middle in. But you would figure with Oswalt, knowing that Gonzalez does try to pull most everything, he would try to stay away from him.
That's way outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Now it's even at 2. See that patch on the right shoulder of the Astros? That's in memory of the space shuttle lost on re-entry this spring. And Oswalt throwing exceptionally well. 6 strikeouts through 6 innings, and the top of the Astro order is coming up here at Wrigley Field.
Hey, blow wind, blow wind.
When I look at Steve and Jenny, I just think, wow. Now there's a guy who shouldn't be getting married. You should have seen him a week ago at his bachelor party. There was dancers all around him, and he was crying, I don't want to get married. I don't want to get married. And I'm like, shut up, man. She's loaded. Because that's what's important. You know, that love.
Presenting the 390 horsepower Jaguar S-Type R.
We see a mom and a CEO. Big business made agile. We see Teacher of the Year. We see 400 employees in 3 years. We see the toughest reservation in town. A 23-city tour. At Microsoft, we stand in awe of you and your potential. It's what inspires us to create software that helps you reach it.
Scoreless game heading to the 7th inning, and watch out for Biggio. He is not afraid to lean into an inside pitch. He's been hit 7 times this year, the active leader with 221 hit by pitch bruises in his major league career.
This probably is the biggest out of the inning, and Zambrano has been just terrific today. In fact, his last 3 games, he's been outstanding. But if you put Biggio on, you're asking for trouble, and there's trouble.
You just knew it was a possibility, and Biggio did not try to lean into it. That was a breaking ball that didn't, and it hit him right in the back.
Right off that lead elbow, which is exactly what he does, and he does a whole lot. And that represents the first run of the ball game. And the way Oswalt is pitching, and with the ability of their bullpen, you have to find some way to stop him from scoring.
Might see a bunt here. Blum is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. There it is. Baco's going to go to second, and he's going to get his man.
Real good play by Paul Baco, who had the play right in front of him, and he knew that he had a chance with a good throw. A terrible bunt by Blum. It actually spins straight back, and Baco knew that even with Biggio running, he'd get him by plenty. That could turn out to be one of the biggest plays of the game.
So Biggio out very easily. Blum trades places now with 1 out for Berkman. He's grounded to the shortstop twice. Cubs have turned 2 double plays in support of Zambrano today.
Blum has yet to try to steal a base. This Astro team, for the most part, doesn't do a whole lot of running. Just 26 stolen bases this year.
1 on, 1 out. He almost hit Berkman. 1 ball, no strikes.
After hitting Biggio, that is almost 2 for 3.
Dusty Baker and Larry Rothschild, the rest of the Cubs, trying to figure out a way to score a run today. 1 might be enough. 1 ball, no strikes to Berkman. In the dirt. Ball 2 to the Houston left fielder.
The last thing you want to do is to face Jeff Kent with a runner in scoring position, because he's the one guy on this team that's consistently hit Zambrano hard. Today, no exception. The wind kept the ball in the ballpark in the 2nd inning, and he hit a line drive in the 5th.
Uh-oh, 3 balls, no strikes.
Although you can't take it for granted, it'd be awfully surprising if Berkman had the 3-0 green light with Kent in the on-deck circle.
Nowhere near. 2 are on, 1 is out. Best scoring chance of the game for either team now.
They've got to figure out some way to work Kent a little differently than they've worked him so far. I know he's 0 for 2, but he's been the guy who's hit the ball pretty hard. Outfield straight away. They're very deep, and this is a guy that's driven in excess of 100 runs 6 years in a row. For anybody, that's impressive, but for a second baseman, that's prolific.
Kent, of course, with the Mets, the Indians, the Giants, and now Houston. Digs in. 2 men on, 1 out. First spot of trouble for Zambrano today, and a scorcher hit to right center field. Wind pushing that away from Corey, but he makes the catch. What a play. That's going to save a run and maybe the game. What range by Patterson.
The Cubs have gotten tremendous breaks by the elements today. Normally, that's either against the wall or out of the ballpark. Corey Patterson, knowing that you might want to stay in a step or 2, runs this ball down in right center field. Kent hits it right on the butt. Corey makes the play and gets it back in before Blum can do anything about it. Great effort. Now the Cubs 1 out away from getting out of this 7th inning with no score.
Here's Merced. He has the only Houston hit today. 2 on, but now 2 outs. And Zambrano misses downstairs. Ball 1.
If you're an infielder here, you're telling yourself that on any ground ball, you have to dive and make sure it stays in the infield. That's the go-ahead run out at second base.
And him out in front. 1 ball, 1 strike. Horatio Sands, a star of Saturday Night Live, will be our 7th inning stretch guest conductor here in a minute. That's the good news. Bad news is we have to open up the windows.
That's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm very comfortable up here today.
1 ball, 1 strike. Notice the windows won't be open where you sit. 2-1 the count to Merced. Dangerous pitch to the Houston first baseman. And it's ball 3.
Merced has made a living out of tormenting the Cubs. And you might want to think about that hole on the right side. That's why Choi and Grzelcyk are deep on the right side.
Swing and a high fly to right. Sammy on a full gallop. Shy of the track. He's got it. And it's time to stretch here in Chicago's scoreless game.
Saturday Night Live cast member and Chicago native Horatio Sanz.
Hey, everybody. Good to be back in Chicago. I don't care what anybody says, and I don't care what happens here today. No matter what, the Cubs will be in first place in the month of June, everybody! Let's do this! A 1, a 2, a 3! Take me out to the ball game! Take me out to the ground! Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack! I don't care if I ever get back. No, it's root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame. Or it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the all game. Hey, let's get some runs.
It's powerful. It's beautiful. I can see that. How did they make it so incredibly smooth? It's technical. Tonight to try my car.
Again?
Again.
Introducing the entirely new Lexus RX 330. Putting the world on notice. Again. At your Chicago area Lexus dealer.
Beginning Monday, set your clocks to 9 a.m. because Regis and Kelly are moving to a new time.
I got the ticket.
And I've got the bag.
Come on, let's go.
Live with Regis and Kelly, 9 a.m. weekdays beginning Monday on WGN. WGN News at 9. Compelling coverage of local stories. From the city to the suburbs and the local perspective on stories from around the globe. News that's important. Reported by the people you've come to know and trust. Steve Sanders, Allison Payne, Dan Rowan, and Tom Skilling. We are Chicago's very own WGN News at 9.
Corey Patterson, a grounder to Kent, has to hurry, and he can't beat him. Corey Patterson with an infield hit, and there's a start here in the 7th.
Cubs have their base runner on base, representing the go-ahead and potentially the winning run. Good effort by Kent, but not with Corey going down the line. He beats it by a full step. And normally you wouldn't think about running with Sammy. These aren't normal times. Keep your eye on Corey Patterson,
who's stolen 9 of 13 bags this year. Here's Sosa. He's 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts, and Horatio Sanz is thrilled with the way the 7th has started. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm obviously bringing the Cubs good luck, as we see with Corey Patterson beating up that base hit.
Well, you're also seeing the Astro bullpen spring to life, so you are bringing some good luck, because we'd like to see Oswalt leave this game.
Yeah, they're a little scared out there with those guys throwing the ball.
Well, how are things in New York, as Sosa argues about strike one?
They're fantastic. It's a little. It's been a little rainy and nasty out there, but it's good. The worst part of it is having to endure Yankee fans.
We understand perfectly. They'll be here next weekend. Close play at first, and Patterson nearly caught leaning. How's the show going? Saturday Night Live, of course.
The show's doing great. We're going to be back next fall. Tracy and Catan left for greener pastures, but we're going to probably get some new people, and it'll be another fun season.
No balls and a strike to Sammy Sosa. Scoreless game in the 7th. Patterson not moving. Sosa behind 0-2.
Well, if you decide you want to run, this is a pretty good pitch to run. And Horatio, 4 years there, when do you make the decision to maybe do something else, or do you still like it as much as you did before?
Yeah, you know, it gets the thing with the show is once you're on it for a couple of years, you get really used to it and you get more comfortable, so it becomes even more fun, and it's like a harder thing to leave because, you know, it becomes like it's like trying to get, you know, leave high school. You want to hang out as long as you can. But it's actually definitely been a lot of fun these last couple of years, and so you know, I'm going to stay put for a while if I can.
Patterson now moving, and Sosa swings and misses. Sammy really struggling since coming back. 6 strikeouts in and 7 at bats. 1 away for Alou.
I think you have to watch on the first pitch for a pitch out. I don't think Jimmy Williams thought they were going to run with Sammy up, although Sammy hasn't come close to contact today, but Moises has. And this is where you look for a first pitch out.
Horatio, so many guys and gals from Chicago and Second City have made it in New York on Saturday Night Live. How does it feel to follow in those footsteps?
Well, it's a great honor, like, you know, Belushi and Farley and those guys. And it's just Second City's a great place, and they always come looking for talent there. And it's a pleasure to be in those same footsteps.
Which character do you prefer playing most?
I like doing Ozzy. The funnest I have, I think, is doing Gene Shalit. Although a lot of people probably don't know who he is, but it's
hot shot, diving play Everett. He'll flip to second and get his man. What a play! What a play by Everett. He may have saved the game for Houston at shortstop.
And that's why Adam Everett is in the lineup, because he's a wizard with the glove. He dives to his right, and even with the speed of Corey Patterson, he's able to just barely make the play at second. The call by Ed Montague, we'll take a look at it again, and it was a good call. He was out by an eyelash. And perhaps the fact that Corey didn't know if it was going to be caught or not slowed him down just enough to be able to make the play. And that was a good effort on everybody's part, including Montague.
As we've said, the team that makes the fewest mistakes today is going to be the team that in all likelihood wins this game. And Everett just made a marvelous play at shortstop. Now there are 2 outs with Hisop Choya.
Now I know you were born in Santiago, Chile. How did you get here?
I actually my parents brought me here when I was like 2 months old.
You didn't get a vote?
No, I didn't get a chance. My dad put me in his hat and snuck me into the country. Yeah, and I grew up in Chicago ever since then. I was 2 months old.
Now, were you a Cub fan from the beginning, or are you just telling us that now because of that wonderful uniform and hat?
I am truly a Cub fan. My brother, on the other hand, Steve, he was a Sox fan growing up, but I am a Cub fan, always was.
Did Ron Santo give you that White Sox hat to wear in our booth, by the way?
No, but I think it's politically correct to be wearing this hat. I mean, I don't dislike the White Sox. I'm just a bigger fan of the Cubs. That's a good answer.
Are you running for office when your acting days are through?
I might come back and run for mayor.
It's also a good uniform. I remember when the Cubs used to wear one of those.
Yeah, when I saw it, it reminded me of Larry Bittner, of all people. And Larry Bittner, I remember wearing this.
I played with Larry Bittner.
Yeah.
He had a tremendous amount of power. Occasionally he got the ball to second base.
2 balls and a strike. And now 3-1 to Hisop Choi.
Also, the hip-hop acts are starting to wear this.
So, yeah, the retros, yeah.
I get to be cool and a good Cub fan. Same breath.
3 balls and a strike to Hisop Choi. A scoreless 7th inning. Great defensive work by both teams today. And a broken bat fly ball out of play. The barrel of the bat went skidding past the mound.
I want to make one suggestion to Moises here at first base. Wait till Oswalt delivers the ball before you take off at 3-2. See the bat go flying out. How do you like the view from up here, Horatio?
Oh, it's very nice. I used to sit in the bleachers in center field with Bill Veck. He used to pull his leg off, entertain us on center field. But yeah, and then now, most recently we sit up. This is really nice. You can see everything, everybody. Some things you don't want to see, you can see up here.
But the bleachers, a great place to learn about baseball and a great place to watch a game.
Yeah, and there's a lot of drinking going on out there in the later innings, so be careful.
3 balls, 2 strikes to Aesop Choi. When's the next film coming out?
I don't know. We wrapped up this movie called After School Special. It's about these kids trying to make an adult film.
Fly ball to left and out of play.
We don't know when.
It wasn't filmed at Arizona State, was it?
We shot that up in Vancouver, far away from the authorities.
I understand.
And we don't know when they're going to allow to release that, but that's the one we got coming up. And then I have to be back at work in October, so I got a lot of free time. If anybody has any kind of jobs, they can call my agent.
3-2 again. Runner goes, a swing and a miss, and that'll do it in the 7th inning. Horatio, nice to see you. Welcome back to Chicago. You're seeing a great ball game, and keep it up on Saturday night.
Thank you very much. Pleasure meeting you guys.
If you don't move it, you're gonna lose it. The best values in America from Dodge. Save big on Motor Trend's 2003 Truck of the Year, or the Hemi-powered Ram 1500, and the just right size Dakota. From now until June 2nd, you can grab cash allowances of up to $3,000, or 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus, get Dodge's fully transferable 770 powertrain limited warranty. Products, protection, deals. They're the best values in America. So get up and get going. See your Dodge dealer by June 2nd.
In a town called Perfect, the only crime is not having ice cream on your pie. Elevator music isn't the usual. Carpets never stain. And the local bank has hundreds of branches. Of course, we don't live anywhere near Perfect, so there's Walgreens, open every day, many 24 hours, with everything needed for the real world. That's life. This is Walgreens.
Need help with your yard this weekend? We're free. Buy almost any John Deere lawn or garden tractor right now, and it's free till April 2004. 0 down, 0% interest, 0 payments till next season. So visit your John Deere dealer now and start thinking up projects. Because we're free till April.
That way. Thanks.
You're closer to a Volkswagen than you think. In fact, really, really close.
Back at Wrigley Field, great pitching from Oswalt and Zambrano, and what a play by Everett at shortstop to keep this game scoreless.
And we said the first team that makes a mistake is probably going to be the team that loses it. In this case, it wasn't a mistake, it was a great defensive play. And both Zambrano and Oswalt have just been terrific as we head into the late inning.
With the wind blowing in 25 to 35 miles per hour, Steve, only 1 bunt attempt. That was not for a hit. It was for a sacrifice by Houston.
And we're also sealing no stolen base attempts. There's been 1 pickoff, and so far, not much to choose from between these two clubs.
Only 1 Houston hit so far as we head to the 8th.
Tavio Dotel loosening up in the bullpen. And you would think first time off the disabled list and due up 4th this inning, that might be it for Oswalt. He's given up 5 hits, but the Cubs have yet to dent the plate.
Slashed out of play by Porter. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
There's a look at the hard-throwing right-hander, part of just an overwhelming bullpen. Lidge and Dotel set up Billy Wagner, and Wagner with 15 saves and a 1.80 ERA. He's pretty happy to have Dotel at 157, along with Ricky Stone at 197 and Brad Lidge 176.
They'll win their share if they can make it a 6-inning game, and Porter has his first base hit. Leading off the Houston 8th inning, they'll ask for and receive the baseball. So Colin Porter's first major league hit, a solid single to left in front of Moises Alou.
Could prove to be a very important hit as well as an auspicious hit as they throw the baseball out of play. And you would think that Osmus would be bunting. So there'll be some pressure on the Cub defense because he doesn't want to bunt it at third if he bunts it at all.
He's walked, he's grounded out. Cubs think he will bunt. Martinez in at third. Osmus squares, pushes it to Carlos. He looks to second. Good throw there, and Alex held the bag. Twice in a row, Houston's tried to bunt a man over in as many innings, and twice they've been foiled. One out, one man on at first.
Good play by Zambrano. The call is made by Baco. He's yelling second all the way, and Carlos comes up, fields it with two hands, and throws it right there. A good effort all the way around. And now we'll have Adam Everett, who made the sparkling defensive play. The Cub bullpen up and going. The lone left-hander, Mike Remlinger, is starting to throw.
Zambrano's spot due up third in the 8th inning. He's thrown a gem today. Pitch out, nothing happening. With Everett at the plate, and Osmus a good running catcher over at first base.
Osmus successful in 2 out of 3 base running attempts. Is that Jose Vizcaino in the on-deck circle?
That would be correct. He would bat for Oswalt.
And he's a switch hitter, so you really don't have to worry about which way you're going to hit him. However, with Vizcaino, he's a much better hitter from the left side than he is from the right.
And now Zambrano and Baco want to talk things over. Steve, the Cubs' premier summer charity event, Meet the Team Have a Ball, is scheduled for Saturday, August 2nd. 350 fans have a chance to come into Wrigley Field before gates open and get an autograph from every member of the Cubs 2003 squad. Food and beverages will also be provided. Several former Cubs greats will also be in attendance for a ticket price of $200 each. They go on sale Monday, June 9th by phone at 404 Cubs or online at Cubs.com. 1 ball, no strikes to Everett. Another pitch out.
Pretty dangerous. 2 pitch outs in a row. Now you put Zambrano in a big hole. And we'd like to send along birthday greetings to Raul Rodriguez, the father of Cheyenne Rodriguez, who works in our marketing department. Raul turning 78 today.
Reaction of Larry Rothschild leads one to believe that they didn't want to pitch out with the second pitch of the sequence. Now you've got a 3-0 count with Everett and Vizcaino coming up.
I can't see that as being a real smart decision, but maybe a miscommunication on signs. Because now you get a guy who's not that good a hitter in the driver's seat.
3 balls and a strike, and the ever dangerous Vizcaino, then Biggio in the 8th inning.
Don't discount the hit and run with a 3-1 count. This is a good time for Zambrano to give his best move to Osmus at first base.
Ground ball to short. Alex Spears fires to second for 1. That's all the Cubs get. Alex Gonzalez robs Everett of a hit. Great range at short from him. 2 outs. And Vizcaino will hit. Larry Rothschild out for a visit.
They decide not to hit and run, and because of that, they're able to get the force at second. Osmus doesn't come close to beating it, but he wants to make sure that there is no double play. Now you got a pretty good base runner at first in Adam Everett. In fact, out of all the Astros, he's one of their better base runners. He's swiped 5 bases. He's yet to be thrown out.
So close the book on Oswalt. 7 innings, 5 hits, no runs, 8 strikeouts, and no walks. So he and Wade Miller have struck out 22 Cubs and walked 1 in 16 innings of this series. Pretty tough 1-2 punch for the Astros in the starting rotation. Cubs have not been, of late, a very patient team at the plate. They've walked just 35 times now in their last 150 innings at the plate. Have not had many big inning chances. Both Oswalt and Miller were awfully tough.
Vizcaino 3 for 21 as a pinch hitter. All 3 hits have come from the left side.
Ground ball to the hole. Alex will glove that one, but an infield hit for Vizcaino. So 2 are on, 2 are out, and again you have to face Biggio. Biggio hit by a pitch in the 7th. He's lined out and he rolled out to third. Astros trying to score the game's first run here in the 8th inning. That one gets past Baco. They'll move up 90 feet.
Well, now it sets up a world of possibilities. One is you put Biggio aboard, thinking he might be a better clutch hitter than Blum. If you do that, you can always go to Remlinger and turn Blum around, but most likely you'd get the Remlinger-Ensberg matchup. So far, Dusty with no sign as to what he wants to do, but this is one of the better clutch hitters on this team.
Inside corner. Runners at second and third for Houston, and that's high. In case you wondered, Remlinger against Ensberg. Morgan 1 for 2. Blum 0 for 3 against him.
And that's the first wild pitch of the year for Zambrano. Let's hope that one doesn't come back to haunt him.
First base open again with Biggio. 3 balls and a strike.
I just wouldn't pitch to him in this situation. He spent too many years getting big hits, and he's well ahead in the count. Maybe you can jam him, get the pop-up.
2 outs, 2 on. He's got 2 strikes in that spot in this at bat, and Zambrano's pumped up. He wants to finish it off in the 8th. The Kids pitched a whale of a game.
Well, if you're going to get it inside, the guys on the left side of the infield have to know that. And you have to watch that hole.
3 balls, 2 strikes. And now the bases are loaded, and a decision for Dusty Baker. You've got Blum against Zambrano with no place to put the Houston hitter.
Zambrano tried to take a little something off this last pitch, and he's not real happy with the outcome of that one. So the base is full of Astros. And the biggest out of the game for young Carlos.
Timeout called and asked for by Baco. 1 ball, no strikes to Blum, who's 0 for 3 today. Struck out twice, tried to bunt in the 7th, and rolled into a 2-6 force play. Cubs offense having problems on this homestand. They've been outscored 32-10 in the first 4 games here at home. This is the longest homestand of the campaign.
The outfield about 3 steps shallower than normal with the wind blowing in.
One ball, 1 strike. Pirates lead the Cardinals 4-2 in the 6th. Kenny Lofton 0 for 4 so far today. He's trying to extend his hitting streak for Pittsburgh today. One and 1 to Blum. Now he's got him set up at 1-2.
Coming into today's action, Blum had been very difficult to strike out. There's 19 strikeouts and 145 at bats, but he's fanned twice today. Again, remember, he's just coming off a disabled list.
1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. He protects the plate nicely. lives to swing the bat again. Dotel will come on to face the Cubs in the 8th. You figure this will be Zambrano's last inning, maybe his last batter. Cannot retire Blum. We're still scoreless. Bases loaded, 2 outs in the 8th. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Line drive, caught by Choi at first, and the game remains scoreless. He hit it a ton, but Choi a great grab, and Carlos still has a 0-0 game.
Chicago Cubs baseball brought to you by Southwest Airlines. More than 2,700 nonstop daily flights to 59 destinations all across the country.
Okay, folks, let's get this party started. Call Seattle. Get McGregor on the phone.
Calling him now.
Morning. Good morning.
Sir.
This is Scott McGregor. I'll be out of the office all day. Please leave a message.
That's not like McGregor.
McGregor's not there?
Great.
Excuse me, there's a Mr. McGregor here to see you.
With Southwest Airlines last-minute fares, you'll never pay more than $2.99 one way. So why would you fly with anyone else?
You are now free to move about the country.
Empress Casino Joliet was the first to get Chicagoland excited about gaming. Now, the thrills are better than ever. The all-new 50,000-square-foot Argosy Empress Casino Joliet is now open. Experience Chicagoland's most thrilling gaming ever with the hottest new slots, wide spacious aisles, and superb air quality. You have to see it to believe it. The incredible new Argosy's Empress Casino in Joliet. Get excited all over again.
Hello?
Mrs. Probert, we have a terrific offer for you if you're willing to change your local phone service.
Changed my gardener once. You know, I'm pretty happy with what I've got. Thanks.
Why risk it? SBC packages are now on sale for as low as $22.95. Call now for the plan that's right for you.
Closed captioning for Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN is brought to you by Jiffy Lube, Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana's well-oiled machine.
We are scoreless. Houston leaves the bases loaded in the 8th inning as Blum lines out to Hee-Seop Choi.
What a play by Choi. Needed all 6'5" of it. That would have scored 3 runs. Instead, Dusty Baker knows what a performance he got from Zambrano, and now they'll have to do it to Dotel, who comes into this one 3-1, ERA 157 on for the 26th time. But there's a couple of Cubs that have had some luck against him. One of them is Martinez.
Dotel slings that baseball up there. He's part of that fearsome threesome that Houston has in the bullpen. Martinez, 2 out of 3 with a triple and a home run against Dotel, leads off the 8th inning. We are scoreless. Just 8 hits today in frigid late May weather. Shadows starting to creep across home plate. Pitcher's mound also bathed in the shadows of the light tower. Off to our left. That's outside, ball 2.
Tom Goodwin is one of the guys that's had a little luck with Dotel. Zambrano due up third, and with the speed of Goodwin, the fact that the Cubs haven't pressured Merced at all at first base, maybe you look ahead and think about laying one down.
Inside and tight, ball 3. 3 balls and a strike. If Martinez gets on, you think about a Baco bunt here in the 8th. And let's see if that's what's coming. Leadoff walk in the 8th inning before Baco comes up. Let's pause for station identification.
This is America's #1 sports station, WGN-TV, Chicago's WB.
With Steve Stone, Chip Carey back at Wrigley Field. A great pitcher's duel at this historic baseball home of the Cubs. Zambrano and Oswalt trading zeros, and now the Cubs have a leadoff man on in a scoreless game, and Baco will be taken down.
Tom Goodwin, who's had some luck against Dotel, and Lenny Harris will be in the on-deck circle. So you unload the bench with the lefties. Good day for Baco as he handled Zambrano perfectly. Jimmy Williams looking on. No left-handers up in their pen, so it'll be Dotel against the world. And you would think that Goodwin would be bunting, and he wants to keep it away from Blum.
Merced, of course, holds the man at first. Dotel to work. Way upstairs, he can't throw a strike, and now Osmus calls for time. Of this terrific threesome that Houston has, Dotel's the man that career-wise has had the most trouble with the Cubs. He's got a 5-point earned run average against the Cub offense in his career. Maybe that'll hold true today.
Well, they're just looking for one. No sacrifice bunts, because normally if he does bunt, he tries to bunt for a hit. The problem is then you see a guy pop it up.
One ball, no strikes. Cubs are trying to give him an out, but Dotel can't throw a strike.
That's the throw it over the plate sign.
He nearly threw it to the backstop. Ball 3-0.
And now you know he's going to take one pitch, and as this inning moves along, Joe Borowski loosening in the pen.
Dotel last pitched 2 days ago, a scoreless inning in St. Louis, so fatigue should not be an issue for him. And 4 straight. Goodwin walks. So 2 are on, none are out. Here's Lenny Harris looking for a milestone hit.
This becomes a huge game for the Cubs as Bert Hooton will go to the mound, and they'll talk about how they want to defense what they believe will be a bunt. Lenny's still looking for hit number 1,000.
8 scoreless innings for Carlos Zambrano. He gave up only 3 hits and struck out 4 men today.
What a phenomenal effort it is for Carlos Zambrano. Wind blowing in or not, Zambrano has gotten better and better. And when you consider he's just about to turn 22, you can realize that the Cubs have a tremendously valuable asset. And as you're valuing your own talent, knowing that eventually you're going to have to make a deal and somebody of value is going to have to be going, I would think that the untouchables would obviously be Pryor, Wood, and Zambrano.
For me, they would be. This guy is shown to be a tailor-made pitcher for this ballpark. Ground ball after ground ball. So here's Lenny Harris. 0 sacrifice bunts in nearly 1,700 major league at-bats, and there is his first.
Pretty good bunt, and there wasn't anything Dotel could do with it. Now normally if you have Bagwell in, even with an arm that's not 100%, he will cheat, come across, and make that play to third base. But it's Merced at first base, and now runners at second and third. And Lenny Harris gets the job done.
1,692 games for Harris. And that's his first sacrifice. Amazing. Second and third, 1 out for the top of the order. Infield in for Houston. Something to think about. Fly balls, they will be blown toward the right field corner and in. That should make the arms a little stronger for the Astro outfielders.
Well, Brezelanek has always had some luck against Dotel, something that most right-handers can't say. But he's 4 for 14 against him lifetime.
1 ball, no strikes. Line drive over first and foul past the bullpen.
Berkman playing very shallow in left, doesn't have much of an arm. Biggio in center doesn't have that good of an arm. And you would think because Porter is playing right, he would have the best arm currently in the outfield. Their best arm overall is on the disabled list and is Richard Hidalgo.
1 ball, 1 strike. Key man in the inning, Gonzalez. Another pop up. This one out of play. You've got Gonzalez waiting on deck. Scoreless game in the 8th.
You have one of the premier strikeout pitchers in anybody's bullpen in the league, averaging just about 10 a game. And somehow Gonzalez has got to make contact.
1 ball, 2 strikes now. Slingshot, blazing fastball. 2-man out. Now the infield can back up and play at normal depth.
That fastball right down the middle with plenty on it.
So it's up to Alex with 2 outs. He's had a flair for the dramatic late in ball games. Let's see if he can finish off the month of May in dramatic fashion for the Cubs.
He's looking first ball fastball, and he would prefer it middle in.
That's what he got, and he fouled it back. Strike 1 to Alex Gonzalez. Dotel walked the first 2 men of this inning. Lenny Harris sacrificed Martinez and Goodwin to second and third. Gonzalez struck out. Now Alex with 2 outs facing Dotel in a scoreless 8th inning game.
Fate of Carlos Zambrano hanging in the capable hands of Alex Gonzalez. A base hit here. He's in line for a victory.
0-2. He just stayed alive.
One of the things you think about, Dotel has a biting slider, but he has yet to throw a wild pitch. And the man behind the plate, Brad Ausmus, one of the best in the business at blocking anything down. But if you're Ramon Martinez, you have to take a good secondary lead.
Alex has to protect the 0-2 pitch. And protect he does. Interesting strategy in this 8th inning. Cubs take down Zambrano. They bring on Lenny Harris to pinch hit. Now we'll try to find out after the game whether Harris was bunting on his own or if that was decided by the skipper. They burn a pinch hitter. Could have used Zambrano perhaps to lay down a bunt there. See if it works out regardless. 0-2 pitch. Missed outside. 1-2. Ball, 2 strikes. Good stop by Ausmus, who has 1 passed ball and no errors this year behind the plate.
That was that breaking ball that you thought about. No chance, at least to this point, of getting it by Ausmus. Look away, Alex, because this figures to be outside.
2 balls, 2 strikes. He got it. How about Dotel? 2 straight walks in the 8th inning. The Cubs bunt and strike out swinging twice. To the 9th we go scoreless.
Sosa.
Jace! Hey up!
Come on, 2 out of 3.
I don't think so.
Hey, who paid Bruce?
Last year, 137 shows were nominated for Emmy Awards. If all you have is ordinary TV, you missed half of them. Call 1-888-4-BEST-TV. Get Comcast digital cable for only $29.99 a month. Get great shows like The Shield, Essence of Emerald, and The Osbournes. Call now and get 4 months of digital cable for $29.99 a month. Comcast Digital Cable. It's not just more TV, it's better TV.
Introducing the new Nissan Murano for your adventures in on-roading.
Cubs fans, still looking to get tickets to the hottest Cubs games this summer? Visit www.cubs.com and click on the ticket exchange. See a Cubs game from the best seats at Wrigley Field. Check out the ticket exchange at www.cubs.com or call 866-272-6614 for more information. That number again, 866-272-6614.
Scoreless game after 8. Before we tell you about the new Cub battery, let's step aside and tell you what's coming up on WGN.
Ellie's new Mr. Right may be up to some wrongdoings that could leave her in the middle of a dangerous situation. The WB presents the martial arts drama Black Sash, Sunday night at 8 on WGN, Chicago's WB.
Damian Miller behind the plate for the Cubs. He'll hit ninth. Mike Remlinger on to face Lance Berkman, who's really struggled from the right side of the plate.
And Remlinger comes into this one 3-0, the ERA 2.53, on for the 25th time. Bullpen up and going for the Astros, and it's Billy Wagner.
Key to beating Houston consistently is to have the lead after 6 if at all possible. And you take Lidge, Dotel, and Wagner for the most part out of the equation. Very well pitched.
And Alfonseca getting loosened up in the bullpen.
2 balls, no strikes to Berkman, who has walked today. And that went back to the screen for a 2-ball, 1-strike count. There's Antonio. Special thanks to our fine WGN crew today. All the cameramen working in these very difficult conditions. Great pictures. Our producer today, Pete Toma. Skip Ellison, our director. Our assistant producer, Marc-Andre Brady. And our executive producer of WGN Sports is Bob Vorwalt. Special thanks to Tommy Skinner working at the ballpark today. 3 balls and a strike.
Berkman had a couple of hits yesterday against Estes. And swinging from the right side, he took the ball into right center field.
Three balls and a strike. Leadoff man on in the 9th. Third walk in as many innings for the Cubs staff. And the first from Remlinger. That brings up Jeff Kent, who's hit the ball right on the button 3 times today.
Kent has grounded into 5 double plays this year. Cubs could dearly use the 6th.
Way outside, ball 1. There's a strike. It's even now, 1-1.
Don't forget, you've got Jeff Bagwell on the bench, and he's always hit Remlinger well. So if Bagwell comes in, you're likely to see an Alfonseca Bagwell matchup.
Two balls and a strike. Jeff Bagwell lying in wait. And now Remlinger off the mound. will go back to work here. Two balls, one strike. One on, none out. 2-2.
That one looked like it might have just caught the corner. I thought Kent figured it was high and wide. Bruce Dreckman thought it was good enough.
Two balls, two strikes. Well, decision time for the Astros here.
Berkman doesn't have great speed, and if you do run him, you certainly risk to strike him out, throw him out. Kent no stranger to the strikeout.
Three and two. Runner not going. Let's see if the strategy changes as the lights come on now to try to minimize the shadows. Both Oswalt and Zambrano were terrific today.
This game now lies in the hands of the bullpen.
Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Again, the runner holds, and Kent swung at ball four. Good pitch from Remlinger. Just tantalizing enough to induce the first out of this ninth inning.
That's the changeup, and it's a dandy. It eventually settles out of the strike zone, but you can't tell when you go swing at it, and that's why Kent is down on strikes, and that's why they didn't run with Berkman.
That brings up Merced. He's 1 for 3 today. Cubs think Houston might try to do some running with this combination now. Vizcaino, Porter, and Merced have the sum total of Houston's hits so far today. Over and low for a ball. 1-0 the count to the Houston first baseman.
I think you'll probably see Ensberg. It looks like him in the on-deck circle.
One ball, no strikes. At the knees. Ensberg has not faced Al Fonseca, if that's the move the Cubs make. But he showed us in Houston he loves to jump on that first fastball. Let's see how it works itself out here. Double play in order. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 on for Merced. And that's inside ball 2. Series wrap up tomorrow at 1 o'clock Central Time. Jeremy Robertson goes for Houston. Kerry Wood again seeks career win number 50 for the Cubs. And him out in front. 2-2.
A lot of people think that Remlinger doesn't throw many straight changes to left-hand hitters, but he told me that he will do it, and he'll do it quite a bit. That was a good straight change, and he completely baffled Merced.
So far, no movement over at first. Ground ball. Oh, bad hop. Gonzalez made a great play just to keep the head atop the shoulders. That thing ate him alive. 2 men out. That was a sure double play were it not for the terrible hop.
Great effort by Gruzelanek as he stays with this. He's thinking about 2. And as he spins out of the way, I'm not sure why he didn't throw to second. Watch it here. He does have some time, and seemingly he just disregards the play at second, but does get the out, and that's going to be it for Remlinger.
That ball did skip off the right side of the mound, so it might have had some funny spin on it. But a great job by Gonzalez to keep the ball on the infield. And Dusty Baker gives him the glad hand as Antonio Alfonseca comes on to face Morgan Ensberg with a man at second and 2 outs here in a scoreless ninth.
We see an architect, a 23-city tour, the next big idea. We stand in awe of you and your creative potential. It's what inspires us to create software that helps you reach it.
Start your summer fun at Toyota's summer event, where great value begins with Toyota quality. Right now, get incredible 0% financing on America's #1 selling Camry. Or get zero financing on the affordable and fun Corolla. Or on the cool, sensational Matrix. Plus, check out the all-new 04 Sienna that's just arrived. Get to Toyota's summer event and start some fun.
Wow. These zesty White Castle jalapeno cheeseburgers are great. Yeah. I wonder what the world would be like if there were no jalapeno cheeseburgers. Wow. These regular White Castle hamburgers are great. Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some of ours. Try a tasty jalapeno cheeseburger today. It might change your life. White Castle. What you crave.
Antonio Alfonseca on for the 14th time now, and beware, a very dangerous first ball fastball hitter is standing in. Morgan Ensberg in a pinch in the 9th inning with Berkman at second base.
Alfonseca's ERA is 4.05. He's on for the 14th time. And Ensberg getting a chance to pinch hit, hitting .286 this year. 3 for 9 as a pinch hitter.
So be careful with the first offering. And he checked his swing and took a ball low. 1 ball, no strikes.
The outfielders are playing a little more shallow than normal, so they might have a shot. That's Berkman out at second base, representing the go-ahead run. It's been a scoreless game, well played to this point, and only 8 hits combined.
1-0 your count. Off speed, line drive, base hit left field. Berkman rounds third. Alou loads up. Here's the throw to the plate. He had plenty of time.
Well, we told you they were more shallow. He makes a perfect throw, and they cut down Berkman. Good job of relief by Alfonseca.
We told you this kid can hit the fastball. Hit it, he did. But Berkman can't outrun the baseball. And we go to the bottom of the 9th. Still tied 0-0.
Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the house, the nightmare begins again.
Why won't you leave us alone?
Their family already believes in ghosts.
He followed us here. He'll follow us wherever we go.
But this time,
it's a man filled with a demon.
They're fighting the ultimate evil.
You are gonna die!
Craig T. Nelson, Joe Beth Williams, Poltergeist 2, The Other Side.
Tonight at 10:30 on WGN.
If you don't move it, you're gonna lose it. The best values in America from Dodge. It's your big chance to get great savings on Dodge Caravan, the best-selling minivan ever. From now until June 2nd, you can grab cash allowances of up to $3,500 or 0% financing for 60 months. Plus, get Dodge's fully transferable 770 powertrain limited warranty. Products, protection, deals. They're the best values in America. So get up and get going. See your Dodge dealer by June 2nd.
I shall love you forever, Ethan.
Attention, Earthlings. I come in peace.
Avalanche! Help me!
That's fun for some. Playing the games from the Illinois Lottery. That's fun for all. Players have more fun.
Well, Moises Alou saves Antonio Alfonseca, who gave up a rope in the 9th inning. But Moises with a perfect throw to the plate. Plenty of time to retire Berkman and send it to the bottom of the ninth scoreless.
The wind blowing in helped the outfielders. Cheetah step in, and Damian Miller gets it in plenty of time. Berkman with the wide turn has got no chance and no place to go. So the game stays alive, and it's Corey Patterson leading it off. And Dotel, a tough customer. Once again, Merced back a couple of steps at first. The Cubs need a base runner.
Corey 2-for-3 today. Both hit singles. He's thinking about ending it with one swing of the bat. Tough to do the way the wind has treated the baseball today. Cubs have won 8 games in their last at bat this year. Number 9 would give him a 2-game lead in the division.
So far, Corey's had a great deal of difficulty with Dotel. He's 1 for 8 with 5 Ks. But this is a different Corey Patterson this year. He's got the wide open stance, and he is tremendously strong.
Inside corner. Sosa waits next. Wild game in Toronto, Stoney. It's 10-6 Blue Jays. They just put a 5 spot on the board in the 6th inning. 2 of the best offensive teams in the American League squaring off.
We're going to see the Blue Jays in Toronto.
Popped up. Let's see what the wind does with this. Osman's back to the screen. He cannot make the play.
What's somewhat surprising is, as hard as Dotel throws and he figures to stay away from Patterson, they're playing him like a pull hitter. Biggio's a couple of steps into right center. There's all kinds of room in left center. And if Corey can hit the ball in the gap, he can run it into a triple.
2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 man down. Dotel has struck out 3 consecutive men. Here is Sammy.
In lifetime, Sammy has hit 3 home runs against Octavio Dotel. And he's hit him better than most right-handed hitters have.
Feet as Dotel goes to work with strike 1.
Visibility right now not too good for hitters. The pitcher's in sunshine, the hitter's in shadows, and it's tough enough against Dotel anyway.
Balls, 2 strikes. 4 strikeouts for Sosa today. 2 men out for Alou, who made a game-saving throw a moment ago.
In 8 at-bats since he's come back, Sammy hasn't hit a fair ball yet. And Dotel just has an overpowering fastball. There's no 2 ways about it. This is a tough assignment, even if you've never been on the disabled list.
Moises 1 for 3 today. Needs 11 hits for 1,500 in his career. So the Cubs looking for a long ball. Moises last hit one May 12th in Milwaukee. That was at the start of that exceptionally long Cub road trip. Shot to short. We are going to extra innings where the Cubs are a perfect 5-0 this year. No score after 9 at Wrigley
Ladies,
You know, the ocean has many voices, and it's saying, why don't you two join this handsome gentleman for a Bud Light? All right, that's what I thought.
I gotta try that.
Ladies, it's the ocean, and it's telling me...
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down. Make it a Bud Light.
Thanks. Sure.
Welcome aboard. Please turn off all unapproved electronic devices. We have a very crowded flight today, and all overhead space is full. The captain expects frequent turbulence, so please remain seated at all times. And we do anticipate a late arrival. Thank you.
The Hyundai Santa Fe, with America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. When you upgrade your travel plans, you win.
Just 9 hits combined as we've completed 9 innings of baseball here in Chicago. Glad you're with us. Middle game of this weekend set between the first place Cubs, the second place Astros, and Antonio Alfonseca to work here in the 10th inning. Osmus, Everett, and then we'll see. Little work on the mound at the completion of the bottom of the 9th inning. Fine Cubs grounds crew as the bump tailored to Antonio's satisfaction. Cubs now will try to run their extra inning record to a perfect 6-0.
And run the Astros record to 1-4. And the bullpen up and going. If they score, you can bet it'll be Billy Wagner. And if they don't, it'll probably be Brad Lidge, I believe.
Bagwell starting to loosen up. We might see him for the pitcher Dotel in this 10th inning. Can't say enough about the job Zambrano and Oswalt did for their respective teams today. It was a great day to pitch regardless, but those two guys were just tremendous. 15 combined innings of pitching, 8 hits allowed, 12 strikeouts, and only 3 walks for those two young fireballers.
The Astros very happy that Roy Oswalt came off the disabled list and looked every bit as good as when he went on the DL. So a couple of great outings from Miller and Oswalt, and they're 1-2, and you can pick your order in the Houston rotation.
Osmus checked his swing. Ball 1 from Alfonseca, who dodged a real bullet in the 9th inning. Gave up the base hit to Morgan Ensberg, but Berkman was thrown out trying to score for the 3rd out of the frame. That one yanked foul out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Fonseca throws a lot of fastballs that move into the right-handers. And if he does that, the ball's going to be hit to the left side. So with that in mind, Martinez is very close to the bag. And he's a step in front of the bag, taking away the bunt.
Missed the corner, ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. Right to Ramon, knocked it down, has plenty of time with the catcher. No doubles. Turns into goal.
That's exactly where Alfonseca throws every fastball, and so you got to figure it's going to be hit right to him, and that's exactly what happened. Good play by Ramon. He's in the perfect spot as this one hit right down the line, and Ramon able to keep it in front of him and make the play.
Here's Adam Everett. He's without a hit today. Hit into a double play in the Houston 3rd. Ball 1 low. Pirates still lead the Cardinals 4-2. St. Louis just 2 hits today in support of Woody Williams. Brian Giles has a home run. He's knocked in 3.
And if Mike Williams can get the job done, Woody Williams will go down to defeat for the first time this year.
7-1 would be his record. Reds have scored in Florida 1-0. Danny Graves pitching for Cincinnati as you see who will hit next for Houston. A ball and a strike to Everett way upstairs.
So far Adam has yet to even look like he's going to bunt.
May not need to. Ball 3, 3-1. Last time the Cubs and Astros played an extra inning game was 1 year and 1 week ago. Cubs won 5-4, also in extra innings. Joe Borowski picked up his second career save. And Alfonseca allows the second man of 3 he's faced to reach base here. 1-out walk in front of Jeff Bagwell, who hits for Dotel.
Bagwell hasn't had much luck over the course of his career with Alfonseca. From what we've seen of Bagwell lately, he's looking for the ball middle in. He's just 1 for 10 against Antonio over the course of his career.
11 home runs for Bagwell, only 25 driven in, however. And back to first is Hefford, who's a perfect 5 for 5 in stolen base opportunities. 4 strikeouts for Dotel in 2 innings of work. He also walked the first 2 men he faced, and the Cubs could not cash it in. Short lead, no movement. Bagwell takes a high strike.
If you can get the ground ball, Bagwell will ground into 2. He's grounded into 12 double plays this year. The infield back all the way around.
No balls and a strike. Little tapper. And now Bagwell in an 0-2 hole. Expos and Phillies are about to get started. That game at Veterans Stadium. Phillies starting to swing the bats a little bit better. But still they're well off the pace behind Atlanta in the National League East. 0-2 to Bagwell. Scoreless game. We're in the 10th. Barely missed. Antonio wanted the call, will not get it.
One of the things Antonio has done is he's using a slide step. He knows that he's slow to home plate, so he's not lifting up that front leg as he goes at Bagwell.
Line drive, caught it short. Throw to first is in time. Double play. Terrible base running by Everett with the play in front of him. He's doubled off to end the 10th.
Ladies, you know, the ocean has many voices, and it's saying, why don't you 2 join this handsome gentleman for a Bud Light? All right, that's what I thought. I gotta try that.
Ladies, it's the ocean, and it's telling me.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down. Make it a Bud Light.
Thanks.
Sure.
Some people don't realize how many nonstop flights Southwest offers, so we created this simple color-coded map to help. Baltimore to LA is red, Phoenix to Raleigh-Durham, blue, Chicago to Seattle, yellow, LA to Austin, canary yellow, Orlando to Albuquerque, teal, Las Vegas to Houston, aquamarine, Buffalo to Phoenix, beige umber, San Jose to Baltimore, pistachio, Oakland to Chicago, sea green, Albany to Orlando, puce, Tampa to St. Louis, pinkish, New Orleans to San Diego, kinda green.
You are now free to move about the country.
See you next week.
See you, Bill. Good job, man.
Rusty, what's your hurry?
Hey, we're trying to get home.
Introducing the Dodge SRT series. Race inspired, street legal.
Sweet.
Well, Steve, we've talked earlier in this ball game about how well Houston has done drafting some of their starting pitching in the lower rounds of the draft. That moniker does not apply to Brad Lidge. He was their first-round pick in the 1998 draft, and you can see why they thought so highly of him. He's off to a terrific start this season.
He's on for the 27th time. His ERA, like so many others in the pen, in the ones at 176. Only 18 hits in 30 2/3 innings. However, if you're patient, you just might get a base on balls. Now, the Cubs haven't seen a whole lot of them. Just 3 Cub hitters have seen him at all, and no one has gotten a hit off him.
So Hee-Seop Choi to work first in this 10th inning. Hee-Seop 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. In fact, Choi only 1 hit in 14 tries against the Houston staff so far this season. Lidge, a guy that's had all kinds of arm and elbow problems. Was DL'd in 1998 with tendonitis. Sprained the medial collateral ligament in 1999. Sprained the elbow and broke his ulna in the year 2000. And a high fly ball hit to left should be caught. And is by Berkman. 1 up, 1 man down. Here's Martinez. Ramon 1 for 2 today. Made a fine play at third base in the Brad Ausmus at bat.
Troy O'Leary in the on-deck circle. He would come on to pinch hit. And Joe Borowski throwing in the bullpen if this thing stays alive. Lidge is just overpowering. Here's a look at Troy.
Pretty rare these days to find a major league pitcher out of the state of Colorado. That's where Lidge hails from with the high altitude. Sometimes folks get fooled by the prodigious length of the home runs that they've given up from time to time. And there's Borowski. Might see him in the 11th. Foul back 0-2 if it gets that far.
The Cubs, because of their good bullpen, have found themselves undefeated in extra innings. That will be put to the test today, as this Astro bullpen awfully tough.
Out of play with the flip-flop batting order of Remlinger and Miller. You'll recall Dusty Baker elected to bat his pitcher in the 8th spot rather than the 9th. That's going to require Antonio Alfonseca being taken down in this 10th inning. After an inning and a third of work. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the Cubs third baseman Ramon Martinez. Antonio gave up some hard hit balls, but all that matters is he's given the Cubs bats a chance in the bottom of the 10th. Line drive left center field. Nice play by Biggio. He has looked very steady out there.
With the wind blowing in also, that ball held up long enough for Biggio to cut across and make the play. So you've got O'Leary coming on to pinch hit for Alfonseca, who will leave this game. If the Cubs don't score, it'll be Joe Borowski. And in the flip-flop batting order, you've got Damian Miller in the on-deck circle, filling up the 9th spot.
Extra men available. Zahn for Houston. The Cubs have Eric Karros and Mark Bellhorn. One ball, 1 strike to O'Leary, who started that road trip so well in place of Sammy Sosa. Since then, his bat's cooled a bit. Troy hitting .195 with a couple of home runs. Two and two now to Troy O'Leary. Outside corner. He set that at bat up beautifully, didn't he? 3 up, 3 down in the 10th. On we go to the 11th. Top of the Houston order to the plate.
Dude, isn't that your mom?
I shall love you forever, Ethan.
Attention, Earthlings. I come in peace.
Avalanche! Help me!
That's fun for some. Playing the games from the Illinois Lottery. That's fun for all. Players have more fun.
The Hyundai Santa Fe, a comparison. More standard features than a Ford Escape XLS, all for over $1,400 less when comparably equipped. And only the Santa Fe is protected by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Looks like we have a winner. Test drive the Hyundai Santa Fe, nicely equipped for just $17,634 at your Hyundai dealer. It's the Santa Fe Triple Play. $1,000 cash back, or a $199 a month lease, or 0% APR through June 2nd.
Well, Stoney, in a game of just tremendous pitching, the defense has helped out the Cubs today. Hee-Sop Choi, a terrific play. Then Alu, a perfect peg to the plate to nab Berkman, who took a wide turn. And then Houston made a base running mistake to force the bottom of the 10th inning.
The Cubs have certainly played very well on defense, and the Astros have had many more opportunities to score, but so far nobody's been able to do that as Joe Borowski comes into the game. And Borowski looking for win number 2. His ERA 1.88, on for the 25th time, and he's got those 10 saves. The Cubs as a team have 12 of them, and he will have to try to negotiate his way through the top of the Houston order.
And remember, that means Craig Biggio, who's not afraid to lean in to an inside fastball. That's what happened in the 7th inning. Houston tried to bunt him into scoring position, but the Cubs spoiled those plans as Blum rolled into the force play. So it's Biggio, 0 for 2, hit batsman and a walk. Lifetime Biggio 2 for 5 with a double against Borowski, although Joe's retired in the last 3 times they've faced off. We're in the 11th and we're scoreless. Line drive, base hit left field for Biggio. That'll bring up Blum. Let's see how Houston plays it here. He hit the ball right on the button last time, as we showed you, and Choi, with the bases loaded, snagged it to keep the game alive for the Cubs.
Biggio, a pretty smart base runner. This is a pretty good hit and run situation.
Biggio not as speedy as he used to be. Again, he's coming off reconstructive knee surgery a couple of years ago. He has attempted 6 stolen bases and has made it 3 times.
Well, with Blum, who has yet to sacrifice this year, you would figure his odds of popping it up are pretty good, especially if Joe goes to the high fastball.
1 ball, no strikes. There's the bunt. Bunted hard back to the mound, only 1 play. Good sacrifice. Biggio in scoring position in the 11th inning with 1 out. So Blum does his job. Let's see how Berkman and Kent fare now. Berkman against Borowski has faced him twice. He's 1 for 2.
Well, you've got a choice here. If you walk Berkman, then you take your chances with Kent grounding into a double play. You do have to approach him as if he had first base open.
Right down central, strike 1. Cardinals have been out a while in the bottom of the 8th inning. They get 1 run against Pittsburgh. It's now 4-3 Pirates heading to the 9th in St. Louis. Over the outside corner, 0-2.
Outfield again fairly shallow with the wind blowing in, despite the fact that Berkman from the left side has pretty good power.
You see Jeff Rebelay's name on that graphic. Did you see the suicide squeeze bunt he laid down yesterday?
I did. It was almost over his head, and he was able to get it down, thus allowing the Buccos to defeat the Cardinals.
Rebelay's a pretty good player. Saw him here with the Pirates. He's playing for Pokey Reese, who's out with a torn thumb ligament. Back toward us. Berkman stays alive at 1-2.
And one of the things that Joe has got to do is make sure that Biggio is stationary at second base when he delivers the ball. That time Biggio looked like he was just about ready to try to steal third. Pretty good play with only one out. Not that much of a factor if you can get by Berkman.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Got it. Pulled a string, and Berkman swung over the top of it. This guy on the mound for the Cubs has just been amazing.
I'm not sure if I'd pitch to Kent here. Even with Merced in the on-deck circle, Kent over the course of his career has been a whole lot tougher to get out than Orlando Merced.
Kent 4 for 6 lifetime. All of those hit singles against Borowski, and unlike the 9th inning scenario, Biggio runs better than Berkman. That's the man at second base here, and Kent drives that ball a mile high to right. Sammy drifting back on the warning track in the well, has room, and the side is retired. The Cubs keep playing with fire. Kent's hit the ball on the screws 4 times in 5 at-bats with nothing to show for it. We're still scoreless.
Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the house, the nightmare begins again.
Why won't you leave us alone?
Their family already believes in ghosts,
He followed us here. He'll follow us wherever we go.
but this time,
It's a man filled with a demon.
they're fighting the ultimate evil.
You are gonna die!
Craig T. Nelson, Joe Williams, Poltergeist 2, The Other Side.
Tonight at 10:30 on WGN.
You know I like you, and I like you a lot. I like Janice a lot, too, and I know she's your roommate.
Janice?
I'm not sure how to say this to you. You know that I like you a lot, right?
Yeah.
It's just that I like Janice a lot, too, and I know she's your roommate, and I wouldn't...
So date both of us.
What? What did you say?
Flying to the Washington area for business? If these 8 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines nonstop to Baltimore Washington International, maybe this will. Now you can fly to BWI for just $79 each way.
You are now free to move about the country.
Well, Jeff Kent today is hitless, but that's just a... If you look at the box scores tomorrow, that doesn't begin to tell you the true story. He could have 4 home runs today. That's how hard he's hit the ball today.
The Cubs elect to pitch to him, and fortunately, Sammy Sosa able to drift to the well on a ball that would have been on the Sheffield if not for the wind, and Kent can't believe it.
That's why he didn't want to come play.
He knows that he could have easily had a multiple home run game, but not for the elements. And those same elements, we'll see Lidge facing Miller and then to the top of the batting order.
Damian came on in the 9th inning, so this is his first at bat, and he pokes that ball foul past third, where the Astros are guarding the line. Kenny Lofton, by the way, lined out in the 9th inning, so his hit streak might come to an end, but he won't care if the Pirates win that game. 4-3 in the 9th in St. Louis. Here it's scoreless, just 10 hits combined. And Miller is down on strikes. 2 strikeouts for Lidge today.
Cubs have managed 5 singles. And the Astros have managed 5 singles. So nary an extra base hit in the game.
Hot shot out of play. So what you're saying is it's kind of like a night out on the town for Mark Brady and Pete Toma. Lots of singles, but not much scoring.
That's the Rush Street offense.
That's it.
Well, it's a little too late for the game plan that we envisioned, which was if you got base runners, use the hit and run or the steal or try to bunt your way on. And here we are deep into the game.
And that's why we
with
said,
none of the above.
Well, that's why we said he who scores first today probably wins. You look back to the first inning for the Cubs, 2 men on with 1 out. Sosa and Alou struck out and grounded out respectively. The Cubs in the 8th inning got leadoff walks from Martinez and Goodwin off Dotel. Lenny Harris bunted them to second and third, but then the top 2 hitters, Gonzalez and Gonzalez, struck out. Houston, in the last 5 innings, has left 7 men on base. So there have been opportunities for both teams. They have not been able to cash them in. 2-2 to Gonzalez. Inside corner, see you later. 3 straight strikeouts for Lidge. Bases are clear for Alex.
Mark Gonzalez can't believe it, but Bruce Dreckman, who sets up right there, says it's a strike. Now, perhaps where it came over the plate, it was a strike. Where Osmus cut it, was well off the plate, and Gonzalez can't believe it.
Well, here's Mr. Game-winning home run, Alex Gonzalez.
He was going to make sure that it wasn't on the first pitch because that was a 56-foot fastball.
All 3 of Gonzalez's extra inning home runs have been hit in May. 1 ball, no strikes. Swing and a drive, center field deep. Biggio on the run, twisting, turning, it's over his head and off the ivy. Alex with a double. And again, any other day, that's way out of here. A 2-base hit with 2 outs.
Well, now you might see something, Chip, that you haven't seen in many a year, and that would be the intentional walk of Patterson to get to Sosa. His fastball out over the plate, and Alex hit it as hard as you can hit it, but with the wind howling in at 25 miles an hour, it doesn't go out of the park. It stays in the park. Biggio gets turned around, can't get to it. And Chip, I'm going to tell you something. They're going to walk Patterson to face Sosa. And again, something that you very rarely, if ever, will see. But Jimmy Williams knows that Corey is swinging the bat well. Sammy hasn't. And although Sammy has had no contact in 2 days, nobody wants to see this. And Sammy Sosa has as much pride as anybody in the game. And I'm looking for this to be his best at bat of the 2-day period.
Way outside, Lidge almost threw that to the screen. And the crowd already chanting for Sosa before ball 4 comes to Patterson here. So it is rare indeed. Patterson intentionally passed so Houston can get to Sosa. Bert Hooton is out to talk. You can understand the logic for Jimmy Williams. This is only Sosa's 2nd game back from the DL. In 8 at-bats, he struck out 7 times. We'll try to find out when the last time anybody was intentionally passed in front of Sosa. I'll bet it was a while ago.
Well, you can imagine in a similar situation passing anybody to get to Barry Bonds. You just don't do it. But that's the reason why they are doing it. It's no reflection on what Sammy has done over the course of his career. It's a reflection on the fact that he's just back off the disabled list.
Sosa.
I will tell you something. Sammy right now wants to come through probably more than he ever has at any time in his career.
And all he needs is a hit. 2 on, 2 out in the 11th. Ball 1.
All 4 strikeouts have been swinging, and Sammy has to figure he's going to see something away. Just poke it through the right side because Kent is playing him up the middle. There's nobody home on the right side.
Hunter very deep in right field as well. 1 ball, no strikes. It's even now at 1-1. Closing it on 6 o'clock Central Time. Cubs are hoping it's midnight for the Astros. A hit could win it. Hopefully Sosa found a bat with a base hit in it here. 1-1 your count. Alex leads at second, and that missed. Looked like Lidge nearly tumbled off the mound that time. His footing wasn't too sure.
Well, they've done nothing but work Sammy away.
2 balls and a strike.
Getting it up there around 95. That one he just threw by him.
Two. Tata. Lynch strikes out the side in the 11th inning. 12th inning to come. Scoreless game.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Sierra Mist. Taste one shockingly refreshing lemon lime.
I gotta get me a dog like that.
Lots of people have a look. Only a few have the goods to back it up. Like Dodge Neon SXT, with a 132-horse engine, jam and CD sound, aluminum wheels, and much more. Now qualified lessees can get the whole package for just $189 a month with $189 down and $378 due at signing. Plus, you get our 7-year or 70,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Ford, Chevy, and Toyota don't match it. Dodge Neon SXT, how style and performance hook up for just $189 a month.
Last year, 137 shows were nominated for Emmy Awards. If all you have is ordinary TV, you missed half of them. Call 1-888-4-BEST-TV. Get
5 strikeouts for Sosa today, all of them of the swinging variety, and we will head to the 12th inning, a 0-0 game at Wrigley Field. Before the Astros come up, let's pause for station identification.
This is America's #1 sports station, WGN-TV, Chicago's WB.
Joe Borowski to the mound again for the 12th inning. Merced, Hunter, and Osmus are up for Houston. Two very good pitching staffs are holding 2 offenses in check today.
Just 11 hits between them. And if the Astros do score, the diminutive left-hander loosening in the pen is Billy Wagner. Guy that doesn't give up too much.
And this is the 3rd time he's gotten up, so they've got to get him in this game or they might lose him tomorrow. Here's a 2-1 count to Merced. He's 1 for 4 on the day. Hunter will hit next. Then Osmus.
I'm sure that Joe Borowski is very happy to see Merced swing at ball 3. That one was up and out of the zone. This is a huge out because of the speed of Hunter, who's in the on-deck circle.
You know, he'll be thinking about a bunt. 2-2. Full count now to Merced. Cardinals are up in the bottom of the 9th inning, trailing at home to the Pirates, who are trying to win that road series. They took 2 out of 3 from the Cubs to begin their trip. Down on strikes, Merced. 1 away in the 12th.
Joe Borowski just keeps throwing strikes and takes something off, puts a little something on. You look at the stuff and it's not too impressive, and then lo and behold, you see that one just dive out of the strike zone, and Merced swung at a couple pitches that weren't strikes. So you got to watch the bunt here. Hunter has great speed, and this is real thick grass.
Martinez right at the bag and on the line. Hunter shortened up, took a strike. Montreal and the Phillies. We're set to start, but
the rains
have come. White Sox and Cleveland were rained out as well today. Swung at another bad ball.
Brian Hunter hasn't been known for his selectivity over the course of his career.
He's got blazing speed, and if he could steal first base, he'd be in the Hall of Fame.
Well, one more slider, and that will be it for this at bat.
2-2.
He went with the fastball, and Joe's best pitch is the slider. Keep it down, keep it out of the zone, and you'll have to worry about Osmus coming up next. Long day for Dusty and a big game.
2-2 pitch. Fly ball to right. Sammy on the dead run. Wynn pushing that toward the line. He made a terrific catch.
Good effort by Sammy Sosa, and by and large it's been a very good defensive effort for the Cubs. This ball slicing away from Sosa. He's looking into the sun. The ball moving toward the line. And if Sammy doesn't cut that one off, you got a shot at seeing an inside the park home run with the speed of Brian Hunter. Good effort by Sosa.
Interesting story down in Florida today where the Reds are facing the Fighting Fish. It's Ryan Dempster bobblehead night. As that one popped up. Problem is Ryan Dempster is playing for the Reds and he's not in uniform. He's in AAA on the DL. They can't get it right in South Florida. Let's see if the Cubs can win it in their half of the 12th.
Thanks for letting me bring Fifi.
Oh, anything for you, baby. I'd give you the moon, the stars, and the ultimate love potion. Ice cold Bud Light.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
Don't worry, I got him. Ooh. This is my house.
Dave's really getting hammered.
Check it out.
He didn't bring his A game today.
Ball in. Let's go, baby. You can't check me. Come on, bring it. Bring it. Oh. Foul, man. Foul. Foul.
There's fun for some. And there's fun for all. With Mega Millions, there's no limit to how high the jackpot could go. So play the Illinois Lottery. Players have more fun.
Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the house, the nightmare begins again.
Why won't you leave us alone?
Their family already believes in ghosts,
He followed us here. He'll follow us wherever we go.
but this time,
It's a man filled with a demon.
they're fighting the ultimate evil.
You are gonna die!
Craig T. Nelson, Joe Williams, Poltergeist 2, The Other Side.
Tonight at 10:30 on WGN.
Can't say enough about the pitching in this game. What opportunities both squads have had offensively. They've squandered either by grounding into double plays, striking out, and failing to advance base runners. That's been the story for the pitching staffs today. And Lidge continues to work very effectively. He has punched out 4 men in 2 innings of work.
Well, Moises Alou is one of the 3 Cubs who previously has seen Lidge. Now they've played Lance Berkman well off the line. If Moises can get out in front of one, which is easier said than done when a guy throws 95, he can hit it into the corner. And Blum is well off the line at third.
Alou taps that one foul for a strike. And good news, the Pirates have knocked off St. Louis today.
Well, the Pirates are getting back in the race and making Lloyd McClendon a prophet. Because the Pirates just 5.5 games back pending the outcome of this game. And even though they're 6 under 500, they're a long way from out of it.
Rolled foul past first.
You just to see this game end without Billy Wagner coming into it. And here comes the Farns. He's getting loosened up.
Outside corner. That's 5 strikeouts. In fact, the last 5 outs recorded by Lidge have been via the punch out.
Moises got run out of the ball game yesterday for complaining about this. This one drifted back over the outside corner. That one looked like a pretty good pitch. Moises thought it was outside, and he goes down on strikes.
Here's Choi. Aesop 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts.
Cubs have fanned 17 times in 11 1/3 innings. Game time temperature was 48 degrees. It hasn't gone up from there.
Base hit to right. Aesop finally able to pull a pitch. And that's his 2nd hit of the year against Houston's staff.
Aesop Choi finally got a fastball to his liking. And I'm sure Lidge tried to get it inside, couldn't quite get it there. So that represents the winning run. And Ramon Martinez, one of the Cubs, has previously seen Lidge. That's the first hit for Aesop Choi today.
1 for 3 is Martinez.
Lidge has a wild pitch this year, although it's tough to throw the ball by Osmonds.
Ground ball right side. That's through for a hit. A lot of money in right field, apparently in the 12th. 2 men on with 1 out.
Well, because Aesop Choi had to slow down to stop from getting hit by that one, there was no thought of going to third. Ramon Martinez takes it into right field. That ball away, and a good at bat by Ramon. Now Choi sees it and realizes that he's got to avoid getting hit. He does that, and that'll bring up the horn with a chance to win it.
Borowski 2 scoreless innings of 1-hit baseball. So a base hit here could win it. Remember, Choi runs very well for a big man.
And Hunter has the best arm in the outfield, and he's in right field.
Low and away to Bellhorn. Mark on the year in a pinch. 1 for 8. That hit a home run.
Well, Mark's got to be selective. That home run came from the right side, but Lidge at times has had trouble with his control. If Bellhorn makes him throw strikes, he'll have a much better shot at getting on base or winning it.
Over but low. Damian Miller waits on deck. Game on the base paths for the Cubs. Wendell Kim bouncing around trying to get Aesop Choi's attention, but time called as Bert Hooton another visit.
Well, what he wants to tell Choi is to make sure he gets a decent secondary lead, and what he should be telling him also is Stay heads up for the pickoff play, because one of the things that Osmus loves to do is throw back to second base if a guy takes too big a secondary lead. Long day for Jimmy Williams in a game that could see him tie for first place or move 2 games in back of the Cubs. This is a huge swing game in the Central.
Two balls, no strikes. Choi a big lead, and that's outside.
Well, you've got to take at least one pitch. And Choi has to make sure that Everett does not sneak in behind him. Mark looking down at Wendell Kim, and I think they're giving him the go-ahead.
3 balls and a strike. Outside corner's been generous all day today.
Well, that ball was a couple inches off the corner, but as long as it's been called, you have to go out there and get it, and you figure you'd see one in the exact same spot, so look away, Mark.
Dixieland at bat time for Bellhorn. 2 on, 1 out. 3 balls, 2 strikes in a scoreless 12th. Little flare at short. A collision, but the catch made by Blum, and wisely Lidge heads over to cover third base. So Bellhorn got jammed. That's your second out, and here's Miller.
Lidge a little late in covering third base. But finally got over there. You've got to normally let the shortstop take control of that one, but Blum decided that he was going to make the play, and he's a bigger man than Everett, so he pushed him out of the way.
So it's up to Miller now. Oh man, that was called a strike. Dusty Baker can't believe that. Did he go?
Like he went.
No balls and a strike to Damian Miller. He didn't argue. They've gotten him out in his 1 at bat today, just the way he's pitching him over the outside half.
Well, Damian likes to hit the ball to right center, and Biggio's playing him to left center. There's a lot of room in what Damian considers his sweet spot, dumping the ball into right center field.
Late strike 2 call. With every pitch. They're on their feet. Boy, don't you wish you were here to see this. What a game.
And don't you wish that it goes to 3-2 so the runners would be going and take away any opportunity to throw them out on a base hit.
2 balls, 2 strikes. It is going to go to 3-2, and now the runners will be moving. Has Lidge gone 3 innings yet this year for Houston? Seems to me he's running out of gas just a touch. Let's see if he has enough left here in the 12th. Crowd on its feet. Here's the 3-2. Runners go. He struck him out on what would have been ball 4. We are going to the 13th, folks. Scoreless game in Chicago.
If you don't move it, you're gonna lose it. The best values in America from Dodge. Save big on Motor Trend's 2003 Truck of the Year, or the Hemi-powered Ram 1500, and the just right size Dakota. From now until June 2nd, you can grab cash allowances of up to $3,000, or 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus, get Dodge's fully transferable 770 powertrain limited warranty. Products, protection, deals. They're the best values in America. So get up and get going. See your Dodge dealer by June 2nd.
And you, Wyatt, how'd you make your first billion?
Oil and cattle.
Let's call it offshore banking.
Ah! And you, Jones, we're all curious. How'd you make your first billion?
Me? Oh, Pepsi.
You invented Pepsi?
Oh, no, I just drank one.
Want your first billion? Enter Pepsi's Play for a Billion sweepstakes. 1,000 winners compete for a guaranteed million on live TV. And one may even win 1 billion.
You guys got a foosball table?
Check specially marked Pepsi products.
Well, we head to the 13th inning. Somewhat appropriate, only 13 hits combined here in the middle game of this series.
Kyle Farnsworth talking about the front of that mound and the fact that,
well, every single Cub pitcher, Steve, that's pitched in this game, with the exception of Zambrano, has had some kind of work done to the Wrigley Field mound. And there were some complaints when we came back from the road trip about the mound. Major League Baseball has been inspecting all the bumps in the big leagues to make sure that they are up to specifications.
Well, control has been pretty good for both sides today. They'll work on the front part of the mound because what happens many times, depending on the stride you have, is it does kind of wear away late in the game. So they're going to put a little of the clay in there to make it firmer. Zambrano started, followed by Remlinger, Alfonseca, Borowski with a good 2 innings. And Kyle Farnsworth comes into a scoreless game. Neither team has allowed the other to break through to this point. So Farnsworth comes into this one at 2-0. The ERA is scant 2.38. On for the 24th time, and he's going to start with the lower part of the batting order before we move to Biggio, Blum, et al. At the top.
And so while the grounds crew continues their good work, don't forget to join Dan Roan Sunday night for instant replay. They're getting ready for the upcoming Cubs-Yankees series next weekend. Rich King goes back in time to examine Babe Ruth's alleged called shot at Wrigley Field, plus post-game from this key NL Central showdown with the Astros, and of course a wrap-up of all the day's sports action at 9:40 Sunday night with our buddy Dan Roan. Following the WGN News at 9, it's instant replay.
We're going to see Everett, and then Greg Zahn is going to come on. Then we'll move to the top to Biggio. One of the keys to this inning will be to try to stop from walking Everett, because at times Kyle's had some control problems on the first batter faced, and Everett is one of their better base runners. So now Billy Wagner continues to throw in the bullpen. We were hoping to get this one over without seeing him. And Farnsworth now, with the mound to his liking, will become the 5th Cub pitcher. This year, Wagner's been timed at 101 miles an hour.
So here we go. Farnsworth with a quick check of the Pookie shell necklace, and to work he will go. Everett today has hit into a double play. He's popped to first, grounded into a force play, and has walked. So he is 0 for 3 on the afternoon.
And in the at-bat where he walked, he was doubled up on a line drive that helped Antonio Alfonseca and the Cubs get out of the 10th inning.
Again, whoever makes the fewest mistakes is going to win this game. Plenty of opportunities to score, but neither offense has been able to break through. A testament to both teams' pitching staffs. Way outside from Farnsworth. Many fans will recall Julio Lugo began the season as the Astros lead shortstop. He had some very serious domestic problems, was granted his release, now playing for Tampa Bay. They brought in Everett and said, here you go, kid. They've won 18 of 28 games with him at shortstop.
Everett defensively a lot steadier than Lugo, so has not provided the offense quite yet. But he's a good one, and he made what could have been a game-saving play defensively earlier.
Popped away, and Everett will stay alive.
And if the Cubs can keep it alive, they'll go to the top of the order, trying to break a scoreless tie.
Rolled foul, 1 ball, 2 strikes. To Adam Everett.
Cubs trying to stay perfect in extra inning games this year. They're 5-0.
Down goes Everett. Breaking ball takes care of him. And now Zahn will come in.
Good slider by Farnsworth. And Everett, a little over anxious, expands his zone. So Zahn comes on, hitting .269. And he's had many more opportunities as a left-hand hitter. 3 for 11 as a pinch hitter this year.
Well, how about the job of Lidge? 3 innings of 3-hit baseball. He struck out 6 men, walked 1 man intentionally, and it paid off as Zahn fouls the first one away. Cubs today have struck out 18 times in 12 innings at the plate.
Lots of zeros up on the board.
Biggio waits next. Much prefers seeing him hit with 2 outs than with 1 out and a man on. Ball 2 to Zahn. 2 balls and a strike. Zahn, you'll recall, was pressed into emergency service when the Cubs were last in Houston. That's when Brad Ausmus got thrown out of the game May 25th. That was also a game Zambrano pitched and won 7-3 down at Minute Maid Park. So we've got a 17 game under our belts. This one in the 13th. If this one ends the way the 17th inning game went, Cubs will be more than happy to accept it. Zahn takes strike 2 for a full count.
Well, you know the fastball is going to be away. Let's hope it's in the zone.
Fly ball. Not today, Greg. Corey Patterson comes in. Still coming. Wynn played some tricks.
And that was a very awkward catch as that ball almost eluded him. Wind continues to blow straight in. A little more briskly. Corey drifts under this and then at the end has to come get it. That one almost got away.
Skip Ellison, who leads the National League Central in flag shots, tells you just how briskly it's been blowing. It shows 12 miles an hour now. A lot more stiff a breeze early in the game when it was gusting at 24 to 34 miles per hour. It's getting colder by the minute. 48 degrees at first pitch here in Chicago. And yes, tomorrow is June 1st.
And I wouldn't mind seeing the Cubs move back a step or so. You can play singles, but you have to take doubles away.
Cubs have Cruz and Wellemeyer left in the bullpen. They have Eric Karros in reserve off the bench.
And the Astros have had talented Billy Wagner up 4 times now. He figures to come into this.
Biggio backs away. 1 ball. 1 strike.
They've got a whole host of pitchers available to use. Jimmy Williams has used only 3 to this point to get him through 12 innings.
Well, the good news is you figure that maybe both Dotel and Lidge would not be able to go tomorrow, with them combining for 5 innings, although they have not pitched much the last couple of days. We shall see if that indeed is the case. Jimmy Williams will gladly sacrifice those 2 men being available tomorrow, with the Astros in a first-place tie in the Central. That's what he's banking on. Cubs hoping to snatch this one away in the 13th. Biggio has a 2-2 count now.
Larry Rothschild has worked extensively with Kyle on that slider, tightening up the spin. If he can get that over the plate, he's going to be awfully tough to deal with, because a lot like Wagner, he can get it up there 100 miles an hour. Here's another slider. Let's see if he can get it close. Yes, sir.
Biggio down on strikes. A perfect 13th for Farnsworth. Top of the Cub order coming up. Still scoreless.
Ladies, you know, the ocean has many voices, and it's saying, why don't you two join this handsome gentleman for a Bud Light? All right, that's what I thought.
I gotta try that. Ladies, it's the ocean, and it's telling me.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down, make it a Bud Light.
Thanks.
Sure.
Some people don't realize how many nonstop flights Southwest offers, so we created this simple color-coded map to help. Baltimore to LA is red, Phoenix to Raleigh-Durham, blue, Chicago to Seattle, yellow, LA to Austin, canary yellow, Orlando to Albuquerque, teal, Las Vegas to Houston, aquamarine, Buffalo to Phoenix, beige umber, San Jose to Baltimore, pistachio, Oakland to Chicago, sea green, Albany to Orlando, puce, Tampa to St. Louis, pinkish, New Orleans to San Diego, kinda green.
You are now free to move about the country.
See you next week.
Hey, Bill. Good job, man.
Rusty, what's your hurry?
Hey, we're trying to get home,
Introducing the Dodge SRT series. Race inspired, street legal.
Sweet.
All right, Stoney, here we go. Bottom of the 13th inning. Still scoreless. Top of the order up, but against one of the best men in all of baseball for that last inning, Billy Wagner.
Well, he does have 15 saves, but bear in mind, in a non-save situation, occasionally you find those great relievers, if not relaxing, just not quite as intense. 1.80 ERA, a 1-2 record.
Blazing fastball. Strike one from Wagner, who, as Steve mentioned last week, was touching 101, 102 on the radar gun in Houston.
Well, he has given up 2 home runs this year.
That tells you just what kind of stuff this guy has. You get good cuts, you're still almost always late. 0-2.
36 strikeouts in 30 innings.
And doubly tough because he's a real oddity, a left-handed closer.
And a left-hander who short arms it and gets it up there in triple digits. There's a lot of guys, Chip, when he was being scouted, didn't like him because of his diminutive size. But he's shown over the course of his career that, contrary to belief, size doesn't matter when it comes to left-hand pitchers. Go on, pal. Let's hear it.
Mark couldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole, and I won't either. One man down in the 13th. Here's Alex. Again, another chance for him to be a hero.
This one goes long enough, he'll have 3 or 4 more chances to be a hero.
There's a chance, yeah.
Dick Pohl, the bench coach, along with Larry Rothschild, a couple of guys very familiar with pitching. Now, where's the Sarge? Because the hitting has been.
Come on, Sarge. Yeah, I don't blame him. Hi.
Come on, Sarge. Get out from under
there. Give him
there.
a pep talk, pal. It's always fun when one sees one's career flash before his eyes in an extra inning game. 1 ball, 1 strike to Alex Gonzalez here. He hit a bullet last time up that Biggio couldn't catch up to in straightaway center field. And frankly, the weather has hindered both teams' offenses severely. Jeff Kent, frankly, could have 4 home runs today for Houston. Gonzalez could have had 1. Aesop Choi's hit the ball hard a time or 2.
Well, you've got to really tune it up for Billy Wagner, because although he does have a slider and it's devastating, a lot like Randy Johnson when it's right, you can't look for the slider. You have to look for the 100-mile-an-hour heat and adjust on down. And see you later.
Fastball right down central. 2 up, 2 down. Here's Patterson. Corey's done the bulk of his damage against left-handed pitching. Maybe we'll see a 13th inning miracle here.
I would like to see a bunt. Just one. I know that Billy Wagner is tough to bunt against, but you got Merced playing on the grass on the right side.
No sign of it. No balls and a strike. Why?
Well, you've got Sammy in the on-deck circle. The one thing, and I know Corey's a run producer, Chip, but he does himself a huge favor if he shows advanced scouts that he's going to bunt every now and then, because they can't play him on the grass on the right side. But he's probably thinking about hitting one out of the ballpark. Although on that slider and this visibility, you, me, and him might have the same chance of going downtown.
Well, we're going downtown. It's just a question of when. No balls, 2 strikes. Inning over. Wagner strikes out the side. On to the 14th we go. Blum, Berkman, and Kent are coming up. Scoreless game.
Dude, isn't that your mom?
I shall love you forever, Ethan.
Attention, Earthlings. I come in peace.
Avalanche! Help me!
That's fun for some. Playing the games from the Illinois Lottery, that's fun for all. Players have more fun.
The Hyundai Santa Fe, a comparison. More standard features than a Ford Escape XLS, all for over $1,400 less when comparably equipped. And only the Santa Fe is protected by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Looks like we have a winner. Test drive the Hyundai Santa Fe, nicely equipped for just $17,634 at your Hyundai dealer. It's the Santa Fe Triple Play. $1,000 cash back, or a $199 a month lease, or 0% APR through June 2nd.
Enthusiastic crowd seeing some free baseball today. 14th inning. Farnsworth back out there to face the 2, 3, and 4 hitters for the Astros. That means Blum, Berkman, and Jeff Kent. Blum has struck out twice, bunted into a forced play, lined out to first, and successfully sacrificed in the 11th.
Well, you wouldn't mind seeing Billy Wagner go a few innings. And this is a very talented bullpen, but they've been used an awful lot this year. They lead the National League in innings pitched. And this performance today is not going to help them any.
Hot shot, foul past first. That was a rocket. Florida leads Cincinnati 2-0 behind Dontrell Willis, the former Cub who came over in the Matt Clement and Antonio Alfonseca trade. And he's also hit a 400-foot home run to center field at Pro Player Stadium today.
Well, I like to see that, Chip. Not that the Cubs couldn't use him, but the fact is, when you make a trade, you want it to work out for both sides. And Clement and Alfonseca have been pretty good for the Cubs, and Willis is part of the future for that Florida ball club.
So are we going to sing 14th inning?
Well, I'll let.
Come on, you got to join me.
I'm behind you all the way.
It's a partnership.
Some of us concerned citizens.
Thanks, pal. 1 ball, 1 strike. Come on.
Grab part of the mic, but you are a much more talented singer than I. And we can lead Gary Pressey.
We better send some popcorn and Cracker Jacks down to the visiting radio booth, though. That way they'll feel truly at home. 2 balls and a strike to Blum. 0 for 4 today, and that's right down the heart of the plate at 2-2.
Well, if you're going to throw him off speed pitches, it's best that Gruzelanek plays over a little to his left and that Hesop guards the line, because Blum, looks to me, is trying to pull just about everything.
High fly ball into shallow right center field. Patterson, the outfield captain, makes the play. On away in the 14th.
Well, we've gone a long way, and by and large, this has been an exceptionally played defensive effort from both sides. We saw Everett make a wonderful play at shortstop. We've seen some good outfield plays. Moises Alou cut down what would have been the winning run on a pinpoint throw to the plate. And we've gone a long way in this one and seen some talented pitchers go to the mound.
It's been a great game, no question. Here's Berkman. Berkman hitless today, 0 for 3 with a couple of walks. What a way to end the month of June, or end the month of May and get ready for June, although it might be June before this one ends.
It seems like we're ending the month of June.
Just 13 hits. And you made a real good point a minute ago. The visibility makes it doubly tough with Farnsworth and Wagner coming out of the bullpens throwing 100 miles an hour.
Well, also, Farnsworth has tightened up the spin on that slider so much that they can't tell it from the fastball. The only thing you worry about is walks, because you don't figure guys to be hitting the ball too hard. And Berkman has murdered Farnsworth over the course of his career. So be careful, Kyle.
2 balls and a strike. Back where it came from, a kick save and a beauty. Look at that ricochet. Oh, and Choi gloved it and couldn't pick it up. They would have had the out at first. An infield hit for Berkman. Just when you thought you've seen everything in this game, there's something you don't see too often.
And now they're going to check Kyle and see if he's okay. This was a rocket back through the middle. It hits off his shoe, and there's still a good chance to get him out, but Hesop can't backhand it, and Berkman makes it in at first. And so that's the go-ahead run. And now the man who's hit the ball the hardest on both sides steps in. Jeff Kent, who's 0 for 5, has been a victim of the elements today, because he's hit the ball as hard as you can possibly hit it and keep it in the ballpark.
4 crushed fly balls for Kent. No balls and a strike.
Kent's grounded into 5 double plays this year. And the Cubs in the middle infield halfway looking for 2.
We're in the 14th inning. No score and a wild pitch. That one ricochets around. Get to it, Damian, quickly. If it goes in the dugout, you've got big problems. Runner at second with 1 out now.
And that was a wild pitch by Farnsworth that puts the go-ahead run out at second base. We'll take another look at it. This is a slider that sweeps well wide of the plate. And Damian Miller has one choice. You can't possibly get your body in front of that one, so. And now you have to be careful with Kent. There's only 1 out. He's their biggest run producer, and you have first base open.
Overpowered him that time. If you are thankful for something in this situation, it's that it's Berkman and not anybody else at second base.
Well, you certainly want to get him out of the strike zone. With first base open, there's really no sense on throwing him strikes. Base high fastball would be nice.
1-2. Blew it right past him. 2 outs.
Well, I'm not sure if you want to face Merced here. You're probably better off facing Hunter. You have first base open. This is a good fastball on the outside corner. Kent doesn't come close to it. And let's see what they decide to do. They're not going to face Merced.
They'll pass him intentionally and take their chances with Brian Hunter.
And another factor with Hunter, you can play the infield in a step. You can play the outfield in probably 2 steps. And maybe you got a shot at throwing out Berkman at the plate, something they did in the 9th inning on a pinpoint throw by Moises Alou.
Looking ahead to the bottom of the 14th after what will be a marvelous singing performance from Steve and I, Sosa, Alou, and Choi.
A stirring rendition.
No question about it. After all, your middle name is Stephen S.
For stirring, yes.
That's it.
Where's Horatio when we need him? The man who did the first take me out to the ball game.
Oh, yeah.
Low these many innings ago.
Remember him?
Yes, I do.
He's probably downstairs.
And a good comedian would have gone the distance.
That's it. Jackie Mason would have. 1 ball, no strikes.
I'm surprised he's still not here. Check in the back room.
Ball 2 to Hunter. Osmus waiting on deck. 2 outs, 2 on for Houston in the all-important 14th.
And now you know you're going to get a fastball if you're Brian Hunter. For Farnsworth, he just has to throw a strike. Outfield shallow all the way around. Throws a slider and misses. Not sure about that pitch selection. This is just not a real good idea. Larry Rothschild is not real happy with that, I don't think.
There's the strike. 3-1 your count. We'll say this, Bruce Dreckman's had a real good game behind the plate today. I think he's been very consistent, very fair for both pitching staffs today, and that's all you can ask.
You haven't seen a whole lot of players complain.
3 balls and a strike to Hunter. Now he's got him set up. Full count. 3-2.
Well, the disadvantage here, Chip, is obvious. Once you go to 3-0, you're hoping to get to 3-2, but where they had a shot at throwing out Berkman, you probably don't at this point. And the fans on their feet looking for strike 3.
That one hung up in the air, and Hunter stays alive.
Very little chance of getting Milo over here to take me out to the ball game, is there?
I'd say probably not.
Okay, just checking.
Though 3-2, runners go, and it's back to the screen.
Well, look, anytime you can get a Hall of Famer in this booth,
and a former Cub broadcaster,
odds
absolutely.
Are it won't come out of here at this point.
I think Milo's too exhausted from talking to George Castle before the game to even consider it. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
That was an in-depth 75-minute interview.
Ball 4 is high. They're loaded now for the Houston catcher.
I'll tell you what you have to worry about outside of the obvious is Farnsworth trying to get too much on that slider and throwing it by Damian Miller. Bases full of Astros. Their best chance to score in quite some time. And the Farns looking for an out.
Osmus today hitless with a walk. Remember, he had a bases loaded double yesterday, and there's a blazing fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Anaheim beating Tampa Bay 5-0 in the 5th. Seattle subdues Minnesota 5-2. Toronto over Boston 10-7. 1-1 your count. Miller stretches out that left arm. No place to put the catcher. Base is full here. 2 balls and a strike.
Damian knows if he calls a slider, he's got to be ready to move to his right. Can't let anything get by him.
The ball Choi couldn't pick up has led to this big problem here. 2-1 your count. Swing and a fly ball, center field. Wynn playing tricks. Here comes Corey. He's under it, and we're going to the bottom of the 14th.
Double your pleasure, double your fun. Join Cubs broadcaster Chip Kelly.
All right,
as
Cubs
he sings
fans,
Picks Me Up
hey,
the ball game.
what a way to celebrate the end of May. And Stoney, welcome back.
A 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game.
Take me out to the crowd.
Some peanuts and Cracker Jack.
I don't care if I ever get back, so let's root for the.
It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball.
All together now. Let's get a run.
You know I like you, and I like you a lot. I like Janice a lot, too, and I know she's your roommate.
Janice?
I'm not sure how to say this to you. You know that I like you a lot, right?
Yeah.
It's just that I like Janice a lot, too, and I know she's your roommate, and I
So
wouldn't...
date both of us.
What? What did you say?
Flying to the Washington area for business? If these 8 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines nonstop to Baltimore Washington International, maybe this will. Now you can fly to BWI for just $79 each way.
You are now free to move about the country.
Well, here we go to the bottom of the 14th. And if our scaring can't shake up Billy Wagner, I don't know what can.
Sammy so far has had very little luck. Unlike Richie Sexton in that 17th inning affair, you got Wellemeyer loosening up in the bullpen. Farnsworth did a great job of getting out of the 14th, and here comes Sammy against Wagner.
Told you he was shook up. Ball 1.
If I'm Sammy, I make sure that he throws me a strike. Wagner with just 7 walks in 31 innings of work. Outfield very deep and fairly straight away for Sammy.
Ground ball to the shortstop. Made some contact, but there's out number 1. Have you ever heard a guy get a standing ovation for a ground out?
Even Sammy's laughing. Now you know that it's going to be a while till he's able to get a good solid stroke. You come off the disabled list. He struggled before he went on with that bad foot. And now it's Moises Alou. He's got a hit today.
I've never seen a guy get a standing ovation on a ground out, ever.
That's what happens when contact is scarce.
There's another ground ball. Wagner must be getting tired. 2 outs. And he's retired all 5 he's faced. Here's Choi. get to the 15th.
With
Adam Everett will
with
lead off.
optimism. Because remember, when Wagner goes 3, I think the last time he did that, he gave up a run in the 3rd inning he worked. He doesn't go 3 too often.
Good rip at that. Strike 1 to Choi.
Choi didn't give any ground. So although Wagner is getting it up there in the high 90s, Aesop Choi doesn't look intimidated. But after the swing he took at the fastball, I would think that he would go to the slider.
One ball, 1 strike.
This is Choi's first look at Billy Wagner.
One and 2.
The fans either chanting Aesop Choi or boy it's cold. I can't tell the difference.
I think that's what Aesop Choi means in South Korea.
But that slider is almost impossible to hit if you're left-handed.
Broken back. And out of play.
We've seen a lot of that lately. We've seen a lot of guys swing the bat and get left with the handle. We'll watch it again. Wagner throws a fastball, and Choi able to get some of the bat on it.
Looked like it hit right at the trademark.
I think he might be thinking, how does anybody hit this guy? Yeah, he's probably going to see a slider here.
One, 2. Fastball outside corner. Wagner has his 4th strikeout. Cubs are getting punched out very regularly today, and we're heading to the 15th.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Sierra Mist. Taste one shockingly refreshing lemon lime.
I gotta get me a dog like that.
Lots of people have a look. Only a few have the goods to back it up. Like Dodge Neon SXT, with a 132-horse engine, jam and CD sound, aluminum wheels, and much more. Now qualified lessees can get the whole package for just $189 a month with $189 down and $378 due at signing. Plus, you get our 7-year or 70,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Ford, Chevy, and Toyota don't match it. Dodge Neon SXT, how style and performance hook up for just $189 a month.
Last year, 137 shows were nominated for Emmy Awards. If all you have is ordinary TV, you missed half of them. Call 1-888-4-BEST-TV. Get Comcast digital cable for only $29.99 a month. Get great shows like The Shield, Essence of Emerald, and The Osbournes. Call now and get 4 months of digital cable for $29.99 a month. Comcast digital cable. It's not just more TV, it's better TV.
We go to the 15th. That's right, 15 innings of scoreless baseball here at Wrigley Field. Big swing game for the Cubs and Astros. The Cubs win it, they're 2 in front. Cardinals have already lost today. If, however, Houston takes this victory, there'll be a flat-footed tie atop the National League Central.
We might see Wade Miller pinch hit. He is a good hitting pitcher. And they're running out of players.
Now Dusty Baker's on his way out. Let's see what he's got in mind. Eric Karros, I think, is going to come on.
He's going to come on for Choi. Aesop will leave the game.
Dusty wanted to give Wellemeyer a little more time to get loose. And so Farnsworth will be taken down after 2 scoreless innings of work this afternoon and now this evening. So the young flamethrower Todd Wellemeyer will come in. Scoreless game in the 15th.
Last year, 137 shows were nominated for Emmy Awards. If all you have is ordinary TV, You missed half of them. Call 1-888-4BEST-TV. Get Comcast digital cable for only $29.99 a month. Get great shows like The Shield, Essence of Emerald, and The Osbournes. Call now and get 4 months of digital cable for $29.99 a month. Comcast digital cable. It's not just more TV, it's better TV.
Beginning Monday on WGN.
Hey, Chicago, we're moving to 9 a.m.
Make the move with Regis and Kelly.
That's right after WGN Morning News.
I know, it's out of control.
Regis, Kelly, the great talk, the amazing contests. Now all at an earlier time.
The earlier the better.
Live with Regis and Kelly.
Let's go.
Moving to 9 a.m. weekdays following WGN Morning News. Beginning Monday on WGN.
Nice move, Regis.
It's all in the hips.
On the WB's Big Sunday, after Gilmore Girls Beginnings, our week of weddings kicks off.
I'm going to get married.
When a charmed one gets married, everything has to be perfect.
This roof, it's filthy. You can't just vanquish an entire house. People are gonna notice.
Charmed. Then, Black Sash has returned.
Ellie, help me!
All new Black Sash, after Charmed.
Sunday night at 7 on WGN, Chicago's WB.
On the double switch, Eric Karros comes in for the Cubs. He'll bat in the number 8 spot on the lineup card. That will come up second when we go to the bottom of this 15th inning. And now Todd Wellemeyer is on for the Cubs. He's the 6th pitcher of the proceedings today.
And he must think this is a most unusual league because his debut is in the 17th inning in Milwaukee. Here he enters in the 15th. On for the 5th time. He does not have an ERA. He does have 5 2/3 innings of work with a couple of hits. And he'll face Adam Everett and then probably Wade Miller, because I would think they're out of players, and with an over 200 batting average, Miller would seem like the guy.
One ball, no strikes as Wellemeyer back to work and he fires a quick strike. Well, this combination worked perfectly in Milwaukee.
There's a look at Wade Miller.
Two balls, one strike. Every time these guys are making a throw, they're looking down at the mound as if their footing wasn't so secure. The Cubs grounds crew has been out there tamping down that dirt on the downward slope. 2 balls, 2 strikes, virtually with every pitcher coming in.
Well, it's not so much the mound, it's the fact that there's some very tall pitchers and they leave a mark where they stride. And the more pitchers out there and the more pitches thrown, the more difficult it is. And that's it.
Right down central, Everett's retired. One away, and it will be Miller.
It's one of the things that Wellemeyer does very well. He keeps the ball down. He has movement. It's 94, 95 miles an hour. And this young man has come in and shown no trace of intimidation, because he's come in some of the most difficult situations the Cubs have had. There's a very good look.
It's Porcupine Day at the ballpark as Miller takes a strike. Well, give the Cubs some credit. They've survived the onslaught of Dotel, Lidge, and Wagner. In fairness to those 3 guys, they only struck out 14 men in 7 innings. Cubs bullpen has matched them 0 for 0. And now you get a little deeper in, you like your chances a whole lot better.
And Wade Miller is 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter. Just about to go 0 for 2.
2 outs. Wellemeyer has worked 6 innings and a third now with 11 strikeouts.
That's why the future is pretty bright, as Ricky Stone starting to loosen up. He's 4-0 this year. Cubs would love to pin his first defeat on him.
Tough assignment here as Biggio digs in. Got to figure the visibility starting to be a little bit better now. No shadows on the diamond except just beyond Corey Patterson in center field. Just a little low with ball 2. 2-0 your count. In the 15th, Cubs will have Martinez, Karros, and Miller. Remember, too, both teams do not have a third catcher should disaster strike.
The third catcher is Craig Biggio. And the ball got away from the bullpen. And as long as Biggio's been away from it, you know that in an emergency he would still be able to put the gear back on. As far as the Cubs are concerned, I think you're going to be the third catcher.
If it gets to that, we're in big enough trouble. 3 balls and a strike. All the position players are on the lineup sheet today. Everybody has played. That's what makes you hope that no one wears the catching gear gets hurt. 3-1. 3-2.
It's the kind of day it's been. It's started at 48 degrees and it's gone down from there.
Popped up. Karros gives chase. And that's out of play. 4 hours of baseball. And nary a run has scored. Just 14 hits.
There's a happy guy.
Two Cubs hitters have been struck out. 13 Astros have gone down. 3-2. Ground ball, high hop. Alex waits back, gloves, grabs, guns, and a low throw. Scooped up. Will head to the bottom of the 15th. Looking for a run and a win.
Thanks for letting me bring Fifi.
Oh, anything for you, baby. I'd give you the moon, the stars, and the ultimate love potion. Ice cold Bud Light.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
Don't worry, I got him. Ooh, this is my house.
Dave's really getting hammered.
Check it out.
He didn't bring his A game today.
Ball in. Let's go, baby. You can't check me. Come on, bring it. Bring it. Oh, foul, man, foul. Foul.
There's fun for some, and there's fun for all. With Mega Millions, there's no limit to how high the jackpot could go. So play the Illinois Lottery. Players have more fun.
Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the house, the nightmare begins again.
Why won't you leave us alone?
Their family already believes in ghosts,
He followed us here. He'll follow us wherever we go.
but this time,
It's a man filled with a demon.
they're fighting the ultimate evil.
You are gonna die!
Craig T. Nelson, Joe Beth Williams, Poltergeist 2, The Other Side.
Tonight at 10:30 on WGN.
Hey, indeed. Let's get a run and head home happy. 15th inning, scoreless baseball, and another Houston hurler comes out of the pen.
Ricky Stone at 4-0. The ERA 197, on for the 23rd time. Control has been a bit of an issue. He's walked 13, fanned 15, and the Cubs have taken at least one pitch today.
Well, they've walked a grand total of 3 times today, giving them a total of 38 walks in their last 157 innings.
Ramon's had a pretty good day when you consider who he's faced. This is a very tough pitching staff, and the Cubs have been a very tough pitching staff.
Martinez, Karros, and Miller in the 15th. Scoreless game. Off the bat foul.
Well, when you compare the last 3 guys who have pitched, Dotel, Lidge, and Wagner, and then Ricky Stone comes in, it looks like he's almost walking the ball up there.
These teams have combined to strike out 34 times. The most strikeouts combined in an extra inning game is 43. Done way back in 1971. Line drive into center, right at Biggio. One man down in the 15th inning. Here's Eric Karros. Can he be a hero with his first swing of the bat tonight?
Well, that's what makes a good manager, Chip. You wait 15 innings before you make the double switch, and then you bring the man off the bench who's going to hit the game-winning home run. Stone has given up 1 home run this year.
Four homers, 6 RBIs for Karros. 1-0 is your count. Funny man Tom Dreesen is watching this game today, Stoney.
And
he said that you, Mike Ditka, and I are lined up for a recording contract after that rendition as Karros hits a high fly to left. That should be caught by Oakman, and it is. Tom thinks that's funny. He should fly to Chicago and come through the fill when we have to go to the top of the hour.
He might have enough time to do that. Well, quickly, 2 up and 2 down. And it brings up Damian Miller. And Damian has faced Ricky Stone once. And he's got 0 for 1 to show for it.
Outside corner, strike 1. Well, if you're here this long, you might as well go ahead and win it.
The Cubs undefeated in extra innings. I, however, have not recalled anything that has gone this long without a run being scored.
That's one for our friends at Stats Inc. No balls, 2 strikes to Damian Miller. And before this is done, this game might be placed in the hands of Mark Pryor in a pinch hit appearance. Cubs bats don't get anything going here. Don't have to worry about that for a while. Wellmeyer's spot is 6th in the order. Miller's hitting in the number 9 hole right now. And Damian continues his struggles at the plate. On we go to the 16th. The 2, 3, 4 hitters are up for the Astros.
If you don't move it, you're gonna lose it. The best values in America from Dodge. Save big on Motor Trend's 2003 Truck of the Year, or the Hemi-powered Ram 1500, and the just right size Dakota. From now until June 2nd, you can grab cash allowances of up to $3,000, or 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus, get Dodge's fully transferable 770 powertrain limited warranty. Products, protection, deals. They're the best values in America. So get up and get going. See your Dodge dealer by June 2nd.
And you, Wyatt, how'd you make your first billion?
Oil and cattle. Let's call it offshore banking.
And you, Jones, we're all curious. How'd you make your first billion?
Me? Oh, Pepsi.
You invented Pepsi?
Oh, no, I just drank one.
Want your first billion? Enter Pepsi's Play for a Billion sweepstakes. 1,000 winners compete for a guaranteed million on live TV. And one may even win 1 billion.
You guys got a foosball table?
Check specially marked Pepsi products.
Here we go to the 16th. Blum, Berkman, and Kent coming up against Todd Wellemeyer.
And the Astros are knocking at the door of a record the Cubs set back in Milwaukee when they fanned 24 Brewers in a 17-inning game. The Cubs have fanned 23 times. And they are assured of going at least one more. So if Wellemeyer can get through this inning, this one has an Alex Gonzalez game-winning home run written all over it.
He's due up second in the bottom half of our 16th here. It's Blum going to work first.
Let's hope that that happens, because I'm running out of score sheet. Now Blum's been trying to pull just about everything, so Eric Karros very deep and over toward the line. You have to protect against that right field corner.
Remember, in the 8th inning, Blum, with the bases loaded, hit a screaming line drive that Choi snagged, and that ended that frame and kept us where we are. I don't recall extra inning games going this long without a run.
Nor I.
Line drive into right field. That's trouble.
And that's the corner I was talking about, but fortunately it's foul.
Hustling down that line, Brian Runge, the first base umpire. He had a real good look. And how close did he come?
Let's watch it again. This looked like a changeup. Wellemeyer got it up, and fortunately the ball was just foul. Foul by plenty.
Thankfully, the Cubs ground crew watered down the chalk. 1 ball, 1 strike. Two balls and a strike.
You just as soon keep the ball away from Blum, and if he's going to try to pull it, let him ground it to the right side. This guy's a pretty good hitter.
Back up the middle. Gonzalez to his right. Funny hop. Low throw. Karros hangs on. Good play at both ends. 1 away.
Eric Karros has been wonderful at first base. That's the second time today he scooped the ball out of the dirt, and not known as a defensive first baseman, but a couple of fine plays. This one could turn out to be a game saver. Gonzalez one hops it over there, and Karros scoops it up. And the Dodger connection, getting the first out of the inning.
First baseman will tell you that short hop a lot easier than the longer bounce. And Eric, with that mitt, able to handle the play cleanly. Here's Berkman, an infield hit off the leg of Farnsworth, you recall, in the 14th inning. So he's 1 for 4. Later on, the Rockies visit San Francisco tonight. Mets over Atlanta. Pirates helped out the Cubs, 4-3 a winner.
And Florida is trying to help out the Cubs with a defeat of Cincinnati.
Dontrelle Willis on the mound for the Marlins, also hit a home run in that game.
They're up 3-1 as that game heads into the bottom of the 8th. Todd Wellemeyer has had some experiences, and this is his first major league go-round. He's got a very good straight change. He switched from the curveball to the slider, trying to get more pitches in the strike zone this year, and here comes the heat.
We need some of that. Full count, 3-2.
You just as soon face Kent with nobody on. He's 0 for 6, and he's hit the ball just about as well as he can hit it, with nothing to show for it, and there he is in the on-deck circle.
2 outs. This kid is something.
Well, he's done something, Chip, that he was never asked to do before. This is a guy that's been a lifetime starter. And now he comes into the major leagues, not only asked to relieve, but actually asked to, in essence, close, because he's coming into games in extra innings where there's absolutely no margin for error. And he picked up a save in the 17th inning in Milwaukee. In between, he's given up nothing. And now he's in the 16th inning here at Wrigley Field and facing one of the league's best in Jeff Kent.
Well, it's real refreshing to see a young player come up and not worry about what his quote-unquote role is. His role is to get the ball and get people out, whether it's in a starting role or in a bullpen role. And that's really all he's done.
I'd make sure I kept the ball away from Kent in this situation. If he's going to hit it, let him hit it to right or right center.
1 ball, 1 strike.
And that was told to me by Hall of Famer Jim Palmer when he said, if a home run can beat you at any given time, try to force the guy to hit it to the opposite field. If he hits it out, there's nothing you can do about it. There's one spot that Kent has trouble with, and that is up off the plate and inside, as long as it's well inside. Damian Miller wanted it outside, and he got it in and up off the plate.
Fly ball down the left field line. Alou on the run. It's going to sail into the seats. And Kent another swing.
And now you've slowed the bat down with the slider. It's a good time for either the high fastball or something hard away. And a good time to make Jeff Kent 0 for 7 today, as the fans that are still here making a whole lot of noise. Yes, sir.
See you later. Kent strikes out. He flips the bat away. And the punch outs keep adding up. Bottom of the 16th, scoreless.
Ladies, you know, the ocean has many voices, and it's saying, why don't you two join this handsome gentleman for a Bud Light? All right, that's what I thought.
I gotta try that.
Ladies, it's the ocean, and it's telling me.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down, make it a Bud Light.
Thanks.
Sure.
Some people don't realize how many nonstop flights Southwest offers, so we created this simple color-coded map to help. Baltimore to LA is red, Phoenix to Raleigh-Durham, blue, Chicago to Seattle, yellow, LA to Austin, canary yellow, Orlando to Albuquerque, teal, Las Vegas to Houston, aquamarine, Buffalo to Phoenix, beige umber, San Jose to Baltimore, pistachio, Oakland to Chicago, sea green, Albany to Orlando, puce, Tampa to St. Louis, pinkish, New Orleans to San Diego, kinda green.
You are now free to move about the country.
See you next week.
Hey, Bill. Good job, man.
Rusty, what's your hurry? Hey, I'm just trying to get home.
Introducing the Dodge SRT series. Race inspired, street legal.
Sweet.
Well, Steve, a couple of times you and I have called for an Alex Gonzalez heroic poke. He's due up second here in the 16th.
Well, he'll probably end it. And then we can go home and have a nice leisurely dinner, or just eat breakfast at the park.
No balls and a strike to Gonzalez. High fly ball hammered left center field. Biggio going back and shy of the track, hauls it in. Some well struck baseballs today, but wrong day to hit him with any kind of arc. 1 out.
That one was hit a long way, but unfortunately the wrong part of the ballpark.
So again, here's Mr. Game-winning hit, Alex Gonzalez. And wisely they keep the ball away from him. Gonzalez hit a towering line drive in the 11th inning that went over Biggio's head for a double.
Well, you've got Corey Patterson in the on-deck circle, but let's make sure that he doesn't have to hit till tomorrow. Been a long day for most of the starters who've gone the entire way.
Over the outside edge. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bowman flinched, but couldn't raise the right hand. 3 balls and a strike.
Well, this is the pitch you've been looking for all day, because if it's middle in, he's going to have a real good cut at it.
Nowhere near. So Patterson will hit with a man aboard in the 16th.
Longest 1-0 game, 24 innings. The defense let him down in that one.
So here's Patterson. Line drive right field. That'll drop for a hit. Alex will round second. Ball dropped. Alex held up for a moment, but no problem. He still reaches third base, and the Cubs are in business. First and third, 1 out.
Well, now you have to bring the outfielders in, and they have to be brought in all the way around. And the question you have to ask yourself, you're Jimmy Williams, do you take the chance with Sammy Sosa? Corey delivers a base hit. That's his third of the day to go with an intentional walk. And Gonzalez, at this point, doesn't realize until Wendell Kim says, come on over, that Hunter had bobbled the ball. So the infield has to come in, the outfield has to come in, and if you're Jimmy Williams, your choices are pitching to Sammy, who's done nothing today in 6 at-bats, or loading him up and going after a loop. And I think they're going to bring in another outfielder to play the infield. As Corey says go, he does. Runners at the corners. And let's see what they do with Biggio. I don't think he's going to pitch.
Here's a chance for the manager to break out one of the old high school plays. Have 5 infielders.
Well, that's what a lot of times they do, Chip. They put a guy in left center, a guy in right center, and they put Biggio right at second base. And so on a ground ball, you make an easy 2 if that's the case. Now, they don't have the best arms in the outfield anyway, and they're playing so shallow that it really doesn't matter. On a fly ball of any depth, the game is over. And so Biggio, who's a second baseman by trade after a catcher, probably will be very close to that bag at second. And they will undoubtedly pitch to Sammy, thinking that at least at this point of the year, he might not be as tough as Moises. However, Sammy's not facing near the kind of fastball that he's been facing all afternoon.
And here's a spot where a fly ball might win you the game. Infield in. Biggio playing right up the middle for Houston. A game on the base paths. A wild pitch could win it. Way outside, ball 1 with Alou waiting next.
Five infielders and a pitcher. An unusual defense. And Juan Cruz up in the pen. Cubs bidding to stay undefeated in extra innings. They would go to 6-0.
1 ball, 1 strike. Swing and a high fly ball hammered down the left field line, but that's well out of play. And Sosa facing a 1-2 count. Alou out to give him a pep talk. Just a little contact. Infield in. Just 2 outfielders for Houston.
And a real important secondary lead by Gonzalez at third.
The 1-2. Lined into the upper deck.
And we say real important because with where they're stationed in the infield, they're going to come home with it or freeze Gonzalez before they go to first. And you'd have to figure that he's been told to go on contact in case there's a bobble.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Sosa. The pitch.
Two managers have made a whole lot of moves. Most of the moves have been pretty good. It's up to the players to execute.
2-2.
And Sammy is battling. This is a completely different at bat.
Yes.
Sammy knows the stakes in this one. And he also knows that Ricky Stone is a changeup specialist. It's tough to really hit him out on the front foot. You have to wait back. And Sammy, 2 for 5 lifetime.
Hot shot. Kent can't knock it down, and the Cubs win. Cubs win it 1-0 on a Sosa rocket past Jeff Kent. Alex Gonzalez scores, and it's a base hit all the way. The first for Sosa since coming back. Todd Wellemeyer, hey, and Sammy celebrates as the Cubs move 2 games in front, beating Houston in a great ball game, 1-0.
I got to tell you something, Chip. They walked Corey Patterson to get to Sammy Sosa earlier, and they got by him. Not so this time as Sammy wins the ball game. The pitching staff was brilliant. The defense was outstanding. The Cubs have a 2-game lead, and what an effort this was today.
They've won a game this year in 17. They win a game in 16. 1-0 the final score. The Cubs lead the division and Houston by 2. Cincinnati has been beaten. They're 4.5 back. The Cardinals lost. They're 3 back. And this is our Budweiser play of the game. Sammy Sosa, the game winner in the bottom of the 16th, beating Houston. And Ricky Stone, Todd Wellemeyer picks up the win. A great day all around for the Cubs, who did it in about 4.5 hours here at Wrigley Field. Same 2 teams tomorrow. Kerry Wood and Jeremy Robertson hook up. We'll be on the air at 1 o'clock with the leadoff man, and those flags will stay in the same position heading into the series finale. This one was a real battle, and the rally caps came through for the Cubs late. A 1-0 final score in favor of the Cubs. So for Steve Stone and our entire crew, Chip Carey from the ballpark, can't wait to see you tomorrow when the Cubs will take a 2-game lead into the series wrap-up. Until then, so long, everybody.
Chicago Cubs baseball, brought to you by Budweiser, who salutes America's designated drivers. Comcast Cable and High-Speed Internet, proud sponsor of Chicago Cubs baseball. Dodge, you can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horns. Dodge. The Illinois Lottery, where players have more fun. Pepsi, the official soft drink of the Chicago Cubs. And by Southwest Airlines, more than 2,700 nonstop daily flights to 59 destinations all across the country. Gifts are provided by Howard From Jewelers on the 8th floor at 5 South Wabash. Howard From. You want to buy a watch?